Check. You're in tune to the new cyber sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. Just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody, once again. It's been some time, but now I think we're finally ready to dive back into Hinamizawa for some good old fun that definitely won't be in any way scary or bad at all. Hi. So, before we get started, I just want to go ahead and say that, first of all, if you're watching this live, I'm going to have another stream tomorrow where I'm going to be continuing Danganronpa Another. That's coming back. Yay. Second of all, I want to go ahead and give you guys a bit of a fair warning as far as my schedule for December is going to look. So, this particular arc of Higurashi is going to last about 4 streams. That being said, we are going to be able to make it to about stream 3 of those 4 before I have to leave town for about 2 weeks. So unfortunately, we're gonna get close to the end of this arc, and then you guys are gonna have to have a forcible 2-week hiatus for any streams at all. And that sucks, and I'm really sorry about that. That is like just absolutely terrible timing. I wish that I could have slotted the last stream of this arc into there before I had to leave, but there was just unfortunately no way to make that happen, so is what it is. But you know, maybe it'll give you a little bit more anticipation, a little bit, yeah, like Gona says, more time to think and theorize. So it'll be all right. We'll get through it together. But yeah, I'm excited for this arc. Arc 2 is probably one of my favorites in the entire series. It's not my very favorite, obviously, but it's like, it's, you know, it's in the top 5, at least. Well, I say top 5, there's 8, so that seems, maybe narrow it down a little bit more. It's in the top 3. Maybe. I don't know, maybe it's not in the top 3. I don't know. Of the question arcs, it's definitely one of my favorites. All of it's good. What do I say? Higurashi. Good series. Maybe you knew this before, but... anywho. So let's get going right into... Oh, yeah, and before I start, actually, let me go ahead and catch these donations that came in at the beginning before I even started. Habaki Gaming with the $5. I love working. Joke. Thanks for reading Peek to us. Here's 20 minutes of my shift. Excited to see how observant chat is. Don't forget the heart, as usual. And Kimson Toast with a 25. Hello, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm going to sleep, though. Gonna make timestamps tomorrow in the comments. Nipa. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Harmonia, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Okay, now we're good. And yes, Higurashi, just like Umineko, has 8 arcs, although there is also a small epilogue arc, which I'm also going to be streaming. At the end of the series, so yeah. Okay, anyway, let's get on to it. Watanagashi, the most possibilities. Cotton drifting chapter. How was your taste of life in Hinamizawa? A curse or a conspiracy? I believe you have fully enjoyed everything and everyone seeming suspicious. Here at last, it is no surprise attack, but a real, direct incident. Please enjoy it. The difficulty is lower than Onikakshi, but it is extremely vicious. I will not quench your thirst, for you seek the truth and could not accept that. I will not quench your thirst, for the truth you desire does not exist. But I still want to quench your thirst, for I am the one who cast you into the desert. Frederica Bernkastel. AD 1983. Yeah, so as some people in the chat were pointing out, let me just go ahead and get this out of the way to explain what's going on there. So these openings were made for the console ports of Higurashi. Those console ports of Higurashi include a extra story arc called the Advanced Story, which includes a bunch of other characters that are not in the main series that Ryukishi wrote. They're in the openings because those openings were made for the console ports. But if you read the original story, which is just Ryukishi's story, those characters will never show up. They're not in the story. So, sorry for the confusion. You're going to be seeing those characters in the openings, and you're not going to recognize them. Don't worry about it. Anyway. The chirping of birds served as my alarm clock. Huh? Wasn't today Sunday? Wasn't it basically my style to stay up late on Saturday and sleep through the morning on Sunday? Why was I waking up at this disgustingly wholesome hour? Back to sleep, back to sleep.
Keiichi, are you awake? You have a phone call.
At that moment, the sound of my mother calling me from downstairs finally registered. Phone call? I sprang out of bed abruptly and stampeded noisily down the stairs. He's awake. I'll put him on right now, my mother informed the person on the other end of the line. Hello? It's me. Who might this be?
Morning, Keiichi-kun. You're such a sleepyhead, such a sleepyhead.
Oh, Rena, what's up calling so early in the morning?
I don't think it's so early. It's the middle of the day, you know.
It was 11 o'clock. I guess you could loosely consider that the middle of the day. June Pop 45 with the $5. Keiichi, weren't you dead? Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that. I'm sure it's nothing. So, what's up?
Hold on a second. I'll put Mii-chan on now. Oh, hiyo, Kei-chan. If I were to say it in English, that'd be good morning.
While we're at it, why don't you try saying it in Chinese, German, and Russian as well?
Ni hao, Kei-chan. Guten Morgen, Kei-chan. Russian. How the hell should I know?
Well, whatever. This stupid conversation's woken me up.
That's good to hear. So, Kei-chan, you free right now? If you're good, then we've got everybody.
Everybody? Did she mean all the club members?
That's right. You might be thinking every day always ends in heated competition, but at least I can spend my day off peacefully. You're too naive, Kei-chan.
Yeah. The aim of our club's to find the best solution for every situation. In other words, we don't care if it's the weekend.
Oh, looks like Kei-chan's come to understand our club. So, how about it? Can you come?
I had absolutely nothing planned that day. If I were to refuse Club President Mion's invitation, what other fun ways to pass the time would I have? It's not like I planned on doing anything. And if I said no, you'd probably just declare me the loser by default and force a penalty game on me anyways.
If you understand that much, then you can't refuse, right? If you're okay with it, then meet at the usual place at 1 o'clock. We're going into town, so bring your bike, okay?
Club activities in town? Well, we could do them anywhere. Besides, since it was a new venue, there was no way this wasn't going to be intense.
I'm holding a pretty big grudge from that narrow loss a couple days ago. I'll say it right now, I'm not gonna lose.
A couple of days ago was Friday's club activities. That uncompromising poker match. Vimbert with the $10. First time catching one of these live. Thanks for lending your voice to this delightful cast. Love your range and the phone effects and such. You absolutely rock this. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It was a fight to the death. Nobody held back. Nobody could tell who was in the lead or who was last until all the points were tallied. In the end, I won by only one chip. Mion came in second. Damn it! To think if I hadn't squandered that one chip! Mion lamented thus, perhaps more so than the fact that she lost the match. Mion doesn't lose. That's why Mion only whined when she let the champion's throne slip through her fingers. That's why she was more frustrated than anybody over a close loss. So, did she mean for today to be a grudge match? Bring it on! Just like last time, I'll shut you down and make you play that penalty game. Make sure you play in a way that you won't regret it when you lose. Wouldn't have it any other way. It'll make it all the better when I crush you. After that, we exchanged jeers for a bit before hanging up the phone. As I headed back upstairs hastily to get the key to my bike, I bumped into my mother as she was carrying a futon down. Oh, Keiichi, you seem like you're in a good mood. Heading out? Something like that. I'm going into town to play with everybody. Take care. Watch out for traffic. Be back before dinner. Yeah, I'll be back before then. After unlocking the chain from my bike in the garage, I reveled a bit in the resistance the slightly stiff pedal gave as I pushed on it. Alright, let's go! I set off on my bike, cutting through the refreshing morning air. Keiichi-kun! You're late! Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? Where are Satoko and Rika-chan? Rather than meeting up with them here, it's a lot quicker to just meet up in town. I see. If I remember correctly, Satoko and Rika-chan's houses were on the other side past the school. Oh yeah, what's up with doing club activities in town? It can't be that everyone's going to put on masks and rob banks all day, is it? I wouldn't mind doing that. Even then, I wouldn't lose to you. You see, Mii-chan always tells me the routes and schedules of the armored bank cars. I wonder why. What? I spun around with a serious look on my face and looked at Mion. Well, it certainly seemed possible that Mion was capable of doing that. Seriously, Mion? Rena! What are you saying? Sorry, Mii-chan, sorry. The two of them joked around. That bright laughter was the best match for a beautiful day like today. Hey, you two! Satoko and Rika-chan are waiting for us, aren't they? Let's stop fooling around and get going. Around and around, fooling about like two fluttering butterflies. I earnestly wished I could just keep watching them like this. But the five of us together would be absolutely more fun. That's right. Well, let's go. The goal's to plunder 1 billion. Once we split the loot, everybody scram. Yeah! The three of us on our bikes headed over the gently sloping hill towards town. Accelerating hard, we crested the hill. The view expanded as Okinomiya Station came into sight. I occasionally come to the station here. Considering the amount of effort it takes to get here, though, it was quite a hassle. That's why I didn't know much about the area around the station, or Okinomiya itself for that matter. The street we were headed down today was of course unfamiliar to me as well. Going through the railway crossing, we headed past the south end of the station. This is the first time I've been this way. Around here, there's lots of things like arcades and toy stores. Mii-chan knows a lot about it. So, there's an arcade. I used to go to one pretty often. My gamer's blood roils within me. Always going to an arcade? Kei-chan, you're quite the delinquent. Next time we're here, I'll show you where it is. It's a good one. There's quite a few machines. Seemed like the town of Okinomiya was Mion's stomping grounds. If I asked her, she could tell me a lot of things about it. Eventually, we came across a store with quite a few bikes parked in front of it. Was this the arcade? No, it was a smaller shop. Looking at the window display, it seemed like your everyday toy shop. But for almost 10 kids to be filing in and out of the store, they were doing almost too well for themselves. Could it be that store's having some sort of event today? Exactly. Top prize is 50,000 yen. 50,000? What the heck is that? That's the GNP of the People's Republic of Keiichi 5 times over. Two cute figures messing about the front of the store noticed us and waved their hands. Hello, everybody. We've been waiting for you. Good morning. Hey, morning, Rika-chan. Satoko, we'll settle this before the cops get here. The goal's to plunder 1 billion. Huh? Keiichi-san, I have no idea what you're talking about. Are we late? Did we keep you two waiting? We finished early today, so we've been waiting for a while. I'm sorry about that. Kei-chan here was taking his sweet time. Well, if that was Keiichi's fault, it couldn't be helped. Saying that, Rika-chan stretched up and began patting Mion's head. Hey, wait a minute! Are you solving everything by making me the bad guy? Of course. Who else but Keiichi-san could fill this important role? I don't like being cast like that. If you think that this'll solve everything, you're sorely mistaken. I was feeling slightly irritated, so I began to repeatedly smack Satoko on the head. Smack, 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 smack.
Keiichi-san hit me! Ah! It's such a shame that Keiichi is bullying you. Satoko's crying! She's crying! I'm taking her home! Your big sis here will take care of the bad guy, okay?
Wham! Rena ecstatically wiped the tears, which were probably fake, from Satoko's face while Rika-chan gently patted mine as I lay sprawled on the ground. Yes, this is fine. Yep. This is the way things are supposed to be solved. Although I think we should find a new punchline before you start losing teeth. Well then, upsie daisy. In any case, the greeting for today went well. Inside the toy shop, there were about 10 boys around the same age as me. Apparently, they all knew Mion, and finding out that she'd arrived, they greeted her with jeers a few at a time.
Mi-chan's a regular at this toy shop, so she has a lot of friends.
A regular at a toy shop? What's up with that?
Hey, Keiichi-san, take a look back here.
Jim Pop 45 with the $2. Bullying a girl? Not cool, my bar. Shame on you, Keiichi. Following Satoko's prompting, I took a look. There were chairs lined up at tables, almost like some sort of birthday party. I realized it immediately. It couldn't be. This is the venue for today's club activities? Surprise, Kei-chan? I'm good friends with the owner here. He sometimes lets me hold game tournaments to expand his customer base. Expand his customer base? I see. Meaning all the boys livening up the place were participants?
That's right. Normally it's just us 5, but today we're gonna play with lots and lots of people.
Rena was innocently happy about being able to play with so many people, but my expression grew noticeably stern.
Keiichi-san, I know exactly what you're thinking.
Oh? Well then why don't you try saying it? Together, okay? 1, 2... These are all enemies! Satoko's voice and mine blended together in harmony. We looked over at the participants. After all, the top prize was 50,000 yen. My eyes lit up like a flame. Hey, Kei-chan. Looks like today'll be fun. Well, no matter how many more rivals I have, the goal is still the same. Rivals? Kei-chan, do you think a whale keeps track of all the krill it eats? She said that in an unpleasant voice, laughing with the aggressive glint in her eyes reserved solely for club activities. Damn it, Mion. She's as serious as she can get today. I'm not the only one who's serious. Take a look at Rika-chan. Mion pointed, looking at where her finger directed me. What the heck is that? Rika-chan was using those kinds of traits to soften up the group with an almost excessive pleasantness.
I'm also going to do my best. Go for it. Yay!
Go for it! Yay! Completely emasculated, the group joined Rika-chan in a cheer. The inside of the store had been consumed by the world of Rika-chan. Damn, she's already chomping at the bit.
Seems like today's gonna be fun. I'm gonna do my best. How?
It seemed that Rena was also unusually fired up by the large crowd. Hopping about and running around, she had entered entirely into cute mode. In Rena's case, the real fun starts when her tension gauge fills up. Her happy-go-lucky attitude belied the fact that this was the state in which she was the most threatening. Mion was making small talk with some of the regular customers she was acquainted with. It was like business as usual with her. Of course, if anybody thought that Mion looked ordinary, they were not qualified to be in our club. The shadow beneath her feet was exuding killer instinct, rising up like a chill wind. Damn it, Mion. Throwing away her honor and humanity like that. She's serious.
Keiichi-san, didn't you know? The 50,000 yen prize is from Mion-san's own pockets.
What? She was putting out the 50,000 yen? All by herself? At that moment, a dark miasma that warped Mion's surroundings began to appear. What is it, Kei-chan? Is there something on my face? A shiver crept up my spine. That Mion, cornering herself like that. She was pulling out the demon lurking within her. Fine with me. Damn it. My knees are shaking like crazy. Before I realized it, the store had filled up with even more people. However, the looks in their eyes weren't confrontational. They were looks of expectation and curiosity. They were the eyes of onlookers who were wondering what kind of match was going to occur and who was going to win. Couldn't ask for a better stage than this. This is getting interesting.
Cage-kun, let's do our best, okay? Do our best. How?
Rena was already fully charged. Mortal laws and common sense held no power before the might of Rena and her cute mode. I definitely didn't want to fight her, if possible. Rika-chan, do your best! We're all cheering you on!
Okay, I'll do my best.
Rika-chan, who was exuding way too much charm no matter how much you looked at it, had already won over most of the onlookers to her side. Nonchalantly avoiding things had always been Rika-chan's creed, but for her to be blatantly laying out her machinations like this, something was definitely strange. Like Rena, she was somebody who I didn't want to fight if I could help it.
Of course, the one you don't want to fight the most is Mion-san.
I've been lucky to even leave alive more than a few times at the end of club activities, but I don't think there was a day that came even close to being this dangerous.
Mion-san seems to have developed quite the grudge after losing that poker match a few days back, you know.
It seems that way. In other words, today's just an elaborate stage for her revenge. Almost as though she were psychic, Mion turned towards us. Her eyes silently conveyed the message, "You guys just figured that out now?" It wasn't just Mion. Both Rena and Rika-chan were more pumped up than they'd ever been. Yeah, one's gonna pop today. Without a doubt, there'll be casualties.
It seems that somehow Keiichi-san and I are the only ones left. What do you think? Should we not have our match during the opening round?
Might as well. I need to warm up before I can really kick it into gear. My spinal column shuddered like it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and like a pillar of ice was being jammed into it, began to freeze. I could almost see the flames backlighting Satoko with their intensity. Even then, while Satoko was displaying a normal smile, it was cold and inhuman, almost as if it were a plastic mask. Ha! You must really want to eliminate me in the opening round. You can't hide that murderous intent.
Oh, that's too bad. You're being uncharacteristically cautious today, Keiichi-san.
Without a doubt, it was a trap. I don't know what she had up her sleeve, but if I fought with Satoko during the opening round, my loss would be more certain than if I went against Mion. A pitch-black miasma permeated the inside of the store. Did they all want to win that 50,000 yen prize that much? No, that's not right. The only ones competing for the prize money were the casual participants. I was different. I had mistaken this as just a way to fool around on a normal Sunday. It didn't matter when it was, or where it was, or who our opponents were. In our club, the goal is always the very top of the mountain. An intense flame that no strong winds could extinguish, hot enough to melt any steel, began to burn inside me. The fuse had been lit on this unprecedentedly intense club battle. It was then that the owner of the store told Mion in a lackadaisical voice that it was about time to begin. Is everybody ready? Listen close now! Mion began with the formalities, standing in for the owner, and explained the rules of today's tournament. You're only playing to win. There's no second or third place. That's the same rule as our club. There were 15 people participating. We were to split up into 5 groups via a draw, and each group would have one winner. Each winner in the first stage would advance to the next in order to compete in the final. Now, as for how each group will compete, each table can decide to play whatever they want. As long as the game is here in the shop, anything goes. Already in club mode DEFCON 1, I didn't let the small gap in the rules go unnoticed. Mion, can I ask a question? Won't everybody push to play a game that they're good at and not be able to agree on which one?
Oh, that's right. If we can't decide, we can't start.
The spectators also nodded along. It was only natural. There wasn't anybody who would simply cede to their opponent's suggestion. I'd prefer if you were all good sports and managed to come to a decision on your own, but if it comes to a stalemate, should we have the store's owner decide for you? It was an event at a toy store, after all. You'd expect the owner to referee. After that, Mion's rundown continued. It ended with the rule that any losing participant would have to buy the game they lost at. A rather nice proposition for the store. First, we used a draw to split into 5 groups. Everybody lined up single file and began to draw tickets that the shop owner had prepared. It was my turn. Alright, time to draw. No matter who I was up against, I'd crush him! At that moment, Mion began to laugh with a hawkish gleam in her eye. Of course, I'm sure you already know, but club members will have a separate penalty game than the casual participants. I thought as much. What's the gist of it? The winner gets to give the losers one order each. Contrary to how simple it sounded, it was a terrifying eventuality, the subject of which no one could predict. Damn you, Mion. Was she really planning on parading me around Hinamizawa in cat ears and a banana hammock with a tail attached or something? The look on Mion's face told me she wasn't gonna let me off easy. On top of that, this time it wasn't just the person who finished last who'd have to submit to the penalty game. The losers get one order each. In other words, even if you don't finish last, you still have to do the penalty game. That'd be the case. What about if there's no winner? Like if all the club members drop out midway through? Kei-chan, are you alright in the head? What? The look in Mion's eye became that of a lion bearing its fangs. How exactly are the elite members of our club gonna lose to some mewling newborns? Kei-chan, don't embarrass me by getting eliminated in the first round. Even so, I didn't feel threatened. The more into it my opponent was, the stronger I would become. You just wait and see. I won't just sit here and be bullied by you, Mion. I'll show you! We shall meet in the finals! The results of the draw were enough to make you cry conspiracy. All the members of the club were nicely divvied up amongst the 5 tables. How did this happen when the draw was that random? The thought that I was already caught in Mion's puppet strings made me feel uneasy. That was fine, though. I'll crush all your petty tricks! Now, where were my opponents? Everybody was headed to the tables corresponding to the number on their ticket. The competition at my table was these two. Huh. They look younger than me. Huh? Aren't you 2 classmates of mine? Oh, hi. I'm Tomita. This is Okamura. Okamura-kun greeted me by nodding his head. So, my opening round was to be against my juniors from school. Just saying, but it seemed like a pretty easy matchup. Lucky. Time to destroy them without mercy. Alright then, everybody. Please decide on your games and start. With Mion's declaration, the inside of the store suddenly became lively. Everybody was yelling their favorite games at each other, trying to gain an advantage before they started. Even my 2 classmates, who seemed taciturn at first glance, began to fiercely insist on their own games as soon as the signal was given. Of course, I would kick those suggestions aside. There was absolutely no reason for me to pick in a game. There was absolutely no reason to pick a game your opponent was good at. Sorry, they're all games I don't know. Could you pick something a little more well-known? Of course, they didn't agree to the games I suggested either. I could only smirk bitterly. Naturally, after 5 minutes, this table still couldn't agree on a game. Obeying the rules, we asked the store owner to decide on a game. Clearing his throat, the shop owner brought over a board game from the back of the store. It was a game called Billionaire. Quite the vintage we have here. Come to think of it, if you lose, you have to buy this game. The damned shop owner. Was he using this competition to get rid of all the games he couldn't sell? I know this one. You guys do too, right? Spin the wheel and head to the goal. Whoever has the most money after we liquidate our assets, the winner. The 2 nodded in agreement, and finally the game was underway. At that time, I already had a feeling of impending crisis. I wouldn't realize why until the game progressed a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Celebrate the birth of your child. Receive $5,000 from everybody. Sorry! Okay, I've built a bit of a lead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bonus! Receive $100,000 from the bank.
What? The tables were turned in an instant?
1, 2, 3. Proceed to the corporate ladder course.
Whoa, that's a good route. It seemed like only my piece was landing on the steady spaces? I had doubts as to why Mion didn't bring out board games for club activities, but that reason was laid bare to me before my eyes. That's right. I had only realized it now. This game was completely based on luck! What could I possibly do to make sure I ended up in first place in the end? The ultimate outcome of this game was decided in a place beyond human hands. How were the other club members doing? My eyes naturally wandered off to the other tables. Mion's table was... What? They weren't doing anything? Had they still not decided on a game? This naive idea existed to distract me from the most frightening possibility. Mion was lounging about, leisurely holding some juice she bought from the vending machine outside in one hand. When our eyes met, she gave me a look of ease. It couldn't be. She's already finished? What game was it? That easily? It was probably too late to be concerned with that at this point. Only 5 minutes since we started, and her two opponents were already beyond recourse. They were sitting there, slumped over in disappointment, muttering to themselves, trying to figure out where they went wrong. For that, they'd find no answer. Was there any reason for their defeat other than that they sat at the same table as Mion? Then what about Rena's table? The spectators were causing quite a commotion. It looked like their game was Karuta. The shop owner was apparently the one reading out the cards. Rena tended to dawdle along and space out a lot. Wouldn't she have a hard time with this game? Then I'll read it out. The dog gets tired on a walk. BAM! At the same instant, the shop owner began sounding out the words. The card in question disappeared off the face of the table. No, the face of the earth. Impossible. Where did it go? It was against Rena's cheek. She was rubbing it there.
Oh, so cute! I'm taking it home!
Looking at the card Rena was rubbing against her cheek, it was some anime-themed version of Karuta, with rather cute moe illustrations decorating the cards. Basically, it was a picture of a pretty dog girl with a slightly large chest, panting and half in tears as she was being pulled along on a chain. With those types of pictures, even I could play with godlike speed. Of all people to play that game, it had to be Rena. It was entirely possible that her fingertips were on the verge of breaking the sound barrier. It's over. Mion smiled coolly. Seeing no further reason to keep watching, she turned back.
So cute, so cute! Even if Rena wins, I'll still buy these cards! I'm taking them home! How?
After that, the second the cards started being read out, BAM! BAM! Such decisive sounds echoed. Well then, how about Satoko? Oh, she was playing a rather orthodox game. Concentration. Judging from the distressed look on Satoko's face, it seemed that she was struggling somehow. One of the main characteristics of concentration is that the pace of the game speeds up as it goes on. As the number of cards to memorize decreases, it becomes easier to match several pairs in a row. It wouldn't be exaggeration to say the first person to take over the flow of the match can run away as the winner. The cards still in play had decreased. If you memorized the cards that had been turned over before, you should have a good chance to sweep the table at this point. Satoko probably knew the positions of all the remaining cards. However, her turn came a little too late. If her opponent followed up, the match would be decided. Hojo, sorry, but I'm also aiming for the prize money. Don't hate me for this. This guy, did he have the locations of the remaining cards memorized? He was completely certain of his victory. The tension on his face relaxed. It's over. I whispered that in a bored manner as I turned my attention back to my own game. I spun the wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? No way! The Ace of Hearts should have been here! There was a commotion at Satoko's table as the shout rang out. The other two at my table turned around in surprise. I didn't. After all, there really wasn't anything to be surprised about. The onlookers were confounded, most of them certain that the Ace of Hearts should have been there. There's no way. I must be seeing things. It must have been because I was excited. So assured in his victory, the distress over his defeat ran deep. That's how it is. If his opponent wasn't Satoko, then the Ace of Hearts certainly would have been there. What a fool. When you're up against Satoko, you can't just let your guard down for a moment until the battle is over.
Keiichi-san, you still haven't finished your match? You have no sense for these things.
With a refined tone of voice reserved only for winners, Satoko called out to me. For the casual observer, it must have looked like she only eked out a victory. From my point of view, however, she was only playing around. The roles of winner and loser had already been decided. It was nothing more than child's play. The laughable part about it was that her opponent didn't know that his role had already been assigned. Nice work there, setting up a farce of a trap with the Ace of Hearts.
My opponent only walked into one of my traps. Even then, one was more than enough.
Satoko was a trapper. Her true talent was never having one misfire. Setting off only one trap was more than enough? Ain't that cool. The fact that the other club members were winning one after another with their own brand of play only added to my impatience at my own lack of progress. Oh, right. How was Rika-chan doing? How was our club's sly little fox doing? What the heck is that? Over in that corner, the mood at that table was decidedly different from the others. The game at Rika-chan's table was... You know that battery-powered fishing game? The one where the fish opened and closed their mouths as they rotated on the platform and you used a magnetic fishing rod to pick them up? That old thing. It seemed they planned on competing by seeing who could catch the most fish, but it had become an atmosphere you could hardly call competitive.
Wow, I caught one.
You're so good! Rika-chan, you're so good at this! Oh my, she caught another one! Oh, Rika-chan really is good at this! I knew that Rika-chan had already charmed her opponents, along with the onlookers, before the matches had even begun, but brilliantly played. That corner had become an informal meeting with the Rika Furude fan club.
It's Rika-chan's total victory. Total victory. Rika-chan's good at fishing, isn't she?
What Rika-chan's trawling for probably isn't fish. Hearing that, she glanced over my way briefly. This is my way of getting serious. That's what I heard.
This is a masterful technique that only Rika's allowed. Only Rika can do.
Yeah, a masterful technique. Maibara-san, it's your turn. Oh, sorry. Guess it is. 1, 2. Fined for tax evasion. Pay $50,000. In contrast, my game. What an unseemly situation this was. Noticing the uneasiness creeping across my face, my companions came to see how I was doing.
Huh. Keiichi-kun, could it be that you're struggling? You're struggling? Okamura, right now, how much money do you have?
Okamura, who had wrung lots of money out of the elite course, began to count through a stack of white $100,000 bills.
About 980,000, I guess. How much money do you have, Tomita?
I have, $880,000. I'm still close enough to turn this around.
Those two. It looked like they would easily surpass $1 million.
Well, Kei-chan, how much do you have?
Mion's tone of voice was grim from the get-go. It was her disappointment and disgust as club president.
It can't be helped! There's no strategy involved other than spinning the wheel in this game. How am I supposed to cheat? Tell those two to close their eyes and count to 100 while I rig the wheel? You know there's no way I can do that!
Rika-chan gently pet my head. Still, she wasn't too happy.
How pathetic. At one point I thought you would be a worthy adversary. I've been utterly disillusioned. Don't give up, Keiichi-kun. There has to be some way to make a comeback. Do your best. Right till the end.
Like I said, how am I supposed to make a comeback with this game relying entirely on luck? Right, Mion? Mion's face, however, was almost unbelievably indifferent, like she was watching something completely unexciting. She then turned her back without saying a word.
Hey, me!
It was a pathetic voice that irked even myself.
I'm disappointed. Everybody was serious about this, but Kei-chan was the only one who wasn't. What do you mean by serious? Are you telling me to control the spinner through sheer force of will? How can I do that? If you were serious about it, you would have settled this game 10 seconds from when you started.
Mi-chan, you don't have to get so angry. Wait!
Mion, in a bad mood, cast me aside and disappeared into the depths of the shop. Maybe it was because it had become an awkward situation, but the spectators dispersed from around my table.
Damn it! Are you saying that I'm not serious about this? Are you saying that if I were serious, I would have settled this game of chance in 10 seconds? If I were serious... Everybody was praying for my victory. They believed in me. Did I betray their expectations? Was it because I wasn't serious? Ugh.
Should we continue the game?
The two of them were timidly trying to resume play. I didn't respond to that. The table sunk into silence. Maibara-kun, should I take that to mean that you're giving up? The owner, thinking I was forfeiting, started to announce the cancellation of the game. At that moment, the demon inside me let loose a howl and awakened. I get it now, Mion. What it means for me to be serious.
I'll show you!
Bamf! I clamped my hands on their shoulders, speaking in a low voice after pulling them closer. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, let's make a deal. Let me win.
The two of them, not immediately understanding what I had just said or the meaning behind it, were momentarily confused.
Hey, Maibara-san, no violence. Let's settle this game properly.
Just listen to what I have to say. What is it that you guys want? The 50,000 yen prize?
8 Sayahara Masukoi with the $10. Hope you're doing well, Nezumi. Thank you. I'm doing alright. I'm hanging in there.
Well, of course. Winning that kind of money is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even supposing that you win, what are you gonna do with that money? How are you gonna enjoy it?
The two of them considered it briefly.
Buy a new game or something? Snacks? Maybe some juice?
That's petty. So petty. Are you guys stupid? Then how will you enjoy it if you win, Maibara-san? Me? That's the point. Just shut up and listen to what I have to say. We club members have a penalty game separate from the casual participants. If we lose, we have to obey a single command from the winner. From another point of view, the winner earns the prize of being able to order the other club members around. First of all, Tomita-kun, you like Satoko, right? Don't deny it! Next, Okamura-kun, you like Rika, right? Don't turn red! I drew the two of them, red-faced and conscious of whether anybody else heard what I said, even closer. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna skip that. Moe! What men covet, what men dream about! It's like an unreachable Garden of Eden! Even then, you'd still aim for it, wouldn't you? That's because our passionate souls scream for Moe! That sensitive age where you couldn't say you liked the girl you liked. Understanding that gave me all the more power.
Yeah, this bit is a little gross, unfortunately. Like, they're all just stupid kids talking to each other, but it still sucks.
Tomita-kun, if I win, I'll make Satoko wear a collar and be your little sister for a day. A red fountain spewed from both of Tomita-kun's nostrils. Also, Okamura-kun, I'll put cat ears on Rika-chan and let you take her out for a walk on a leash. Blood erupted from the vein in Okamura-kun's forehead. Forehead? He's dying!
Dude, you have to get him to a hospital.
Don't be shy. Just pretend I forced you to go along with me. You two were simply sacrifices to Maibara-senpai's whims. You can pretend to be against it, I understand. I know everything that your hearts desire. Then, I suddenly lowered the tone of my voice.
Harmonia with the Canadian $2. No, Keiichi, no, stop. Yeah, please.
My school life was very bleak. I know with my very body how foolish it is to waste such an important time in your lives. So, to you, my juniors, I don't want you to live your lives like that. Be honest with yourselves. Chase your dreams. Fulfill them. I'll fulfill them for you. It was this moment that the values of men bridged generations.
You're literally like 3 or 4 years older than these kids? Maibara-san!
Did I ever have a mentor who spoke my mind for me so strongly? Never. There was no way that there was. That's because in a man's lifetime, he'll only have 3 fateful encounters. That valuable first time was being experienced right this moment with these two. It's fine then? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
Game over! Is this OG Higurashi, like the original script? Or story, rather? Yes, it is. Atropos with the $5. A vein burst in Tomita's forehead, killing him and ending this scene. I mean, okay, I wouldn't wish the death of the child, but I would wish for the scene to end.
It was such an assertive declaration of the game's ending that everybody in the store turned and looked. It had been less than 3 minutes since I was on the verge of forfeit, and all the spectators were certain of my loss.
Keiichi-san, what happened? Who won?
It was my complete victory.
What did you say? Exactly how did you overcome that situation?
There's no need to explain what happened. It was a gentleman's agreement. Right, guys?
Yes, sir!
The two of them, stifling tears of gratitude, answered strongly from the bottom of their hearts. Exactly what kind of miracle occurred here during these 3 minutes that the spectators all looked away from my utter disadvantage?
You did it! You did it, Keiichi-kun! Yay!
The spectators were puzzled at how I was so quickly able to overcome that hopeless situation. That guy, is he able to control the spinner wheel with his eyes or something? It's a miracle! What devilry is this? He's in cahoots with that Mion, you know? There's no doubt that he had some strange trick up his sleeve. I looked at the crowd, who couldn't help but be excited, out of the corner of my eye. Now, fully awakened and in battle mode, I let out a derisive laugh. So, this is what it means for me to be serious. Mion.
You took your sweet time.
Baring our fangs at each other, we laughed together in a most unsightly fashion.
With this, all the club members have cleared the first round then. Which means this time, it's a match against everybody. A match!
I've already decided what I'm going to buy with the prize money.
That's only natural. Right?
Satoko and Rena smiled, sneered at each other. These guys. Do they really think that they can win against Keiichi Maebara when he gets serious? Mion, that was a mistake. You shouldn't have offered me advice just now.
What a mewling newborn you are. You're a million light years too early to think you can win against me.
Mion, light years are a measure of distance. Oh, she's embarrassed. She's embarrassed.
What are we doing, Michan? How are the five of us gonna face off? How?
Well now, we have such a splendid lineup. It would be a waste of time to rush things.
Me saying something complicated again.
Huh? It couldn't be.
Why you? Mion's hair flowed elegantly, almost like a cape, as she turned her back to the table.
As for today's contest, I, Club President Mion Sonozaki, will reserve judgment for now. The method and time are yet undecided. The more spectators, the better. It should be in front of everybody from Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. By then, we'll know the best way to finally settle things.
Are you running away from this? This is too unfair even for you, Mion-san.
You newborn. Do you still not realize what's happened?
The combative aura billowing out of Mion's body formed a barrier, stopping Satoko's advances.
We'll meet again. Prepare yourself for your inevitable defeat.
With a shrill laugh, Mion left the store. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. When will they resume the contest? Mion is serious. The other members did great too. That new guy, Maebara, he's got some strange power. He turned the tables in an instant.
Maebara-san! You've got to win!
Yeah! I'll dunk someone like Mion headfirst into the river Styx for you! The part of the crowd that had apparently overheard the covenant between Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, and myself erupted into a cheer again. Mion is going to win anyways. She's the undefeated empress. I'm betting on Mion. No, it's gonna be Rena with that ungodly speed. Satoko, the trap artist. Rika, the siren. It may be a long shot, but it'll be Maebara. However, right now, I had no ear for those cheerful voices. Setting the stage for this huge match and then running away like that. I wasn't going to forgive Mion. Outside of the store, Mion was getting on her bike as the shop owner was seeing her off. Don't run away, Mion! If you're the club president, don't run! Fight me!
Oh, sorry, Kei-chan. Right now I've got to get to my part-time job.
Huh? Like you would see in a sketch comedy show, my legs slipped in opposite directions until I was doing the splits.
Yeah. While you were playing your game, Michan received a phone call. It's too bad.
It was just getting good, too. Not our lucky day. I'm getting crushed at the sale over at my uncle's store. They don't have enough people to work the register, so he called me for help.
When you say your uncle, does he manage a supermarket or something?
It's just a small store, but whenever you put stuff on special, all the housewives swarm in like locusts. Don't they have common sense? Even though they don't have enough staff, they're selling a carton of eggs for 10 yen, limit 1 per customer.
I was a little surprised. You would never think that this was the club president exuding such a dark aura inside the store just a short time ago. It was the usual Mion right now, almost exasperatingly so. My shoulders slumped. That's right. Club mode was over now. But it was really heated today. It really was fun. Damn, Mion. She really knows how to fire people up.
Me too. I get so fired up my head started to tingle. Especially Kei-chan. That was scary. I thought he was gonna eat me alive there.
It's work, so I guess there's nothing you can do. But it really is too bad. I really want to continue this some other time. Anytime's good.
How about we do it at the Watanagashi Festival?
Ah, the Cotton Drifting 5 Demon Firefight! That's right! I'll think about it.
Right now, What were Rika-chan and Mion talking about? Watanagashi Festival? Cotton drifting 5 demon... what? I love it when things turn out all over the top and manga-like. It'd be nice if we could have another thrilling club activity like this soon. She laughed with a smile that made you feel refreshed just looking at it. At that moment, the shop owner came out carrying a paper bag. I wonder what it is. Is he giving it to us? Thank you, everybody, for today. Thanks to you, the event went really well. It's not much, but here's a little something for you guys. Hey, Uncle Yoshiro, isn't there a little something for me, too?
My. Quite an adorable one, is it not?
When Satoko and Rika-chan opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside.
Wow! They're so cute! Can I take them home? I really can?
Which means there's something for me, too? Oh, I got a pretty adorable one. It was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress, one you'd use to play house. Rena's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satoko was the same, and... Rika-chan too? Kei-chan got the one that fits him the least. How do I say this? I could say it's pretty or cute. Well, I guess it is cute and pretty. I could admit it's adorable, but a doll with changeable clothes is... If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting tomorrow, definitely. Mion didn't have to go that far. This wasn't something a guy like me should be carrying around. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. However, after briefly considering, I gave it to Rena instead.
Huh? You're giving it to me? To Rena? Thank you!
Just protecting myself. If I didn't give it to Rena, then walking the streets at night would be scary. No doubt, no doubt. I thought about giving it to Mion, but it just didn't feel right. You know it. I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy. It's better that you're a girl. If you were a boy, I would have killed you already. You should kill me while you still can. If you don't, Kei-chan, you might not live to regret it. Mion laughed after saying such an ominous line. Everybody laughed heartily along with her. Ask God to make you a boy in your next life. I'll also have him make me a boy. Then together, the two of us will start with taking over the country as a warm-up. Mion-chan, if you don't get going soon, the shop owner told her meekly. The lot of us looked like we were having a lot of fun, so it must have been hard to put a wet blanket on things. Later then. Today was really fun. I'll see you later, guys. Tomorrow at school.
I understand the immediate and obvious jokes, but it's a little bit more complicated than that, guys. You'll see.
Don't be late for work! Everybody waved their hands and watched as Mion left. Before I knew it, the sun was already setting, and the breeze carried a hint of chill.
Should we play for a bit more in town? Or should we go home?
The road gets scary when it's dark.
Then I guess it's time to leave. We certainly caused a ruckus today.
We sure did. Okay, let's go home. The wind blew gently, as if to cool down those of us flushed with enthusiasm. The road back to Hinamizawa was long, but I didn't really mind.
Oh, that's right. Rena-san, you achieved an overwhelming victory, didn't you?
When Rena gets like that, I'm sorry to say it, but there's no winning against her.
It was because the cards were so cute. See? I bought them. How? Rika was the same as usual. When it comes to boys, it's like taking candy from a baby.
It was an easy win.
How much was calculated and how much was natural? I get scared when I think about how Rika will turn out in the future.
Satoko-chan was amazing too. The way it ended was really exciting. It wasn't the sort of game where I should be complimented. Oh!
Geichi, you also showed your fangs at the end there.
Well, I guess. I'm the type of guy who's strongest when he's cornered.
Tomita-san and the others seemed to be cheering you on really hard. What was that all about?
He made some sort of promise with Tomita and Okamura. It's probably a secret.
A secret? A secret? Oh, I wonder what it is. I wonder.
Sometimes for a man, there are times we can only understand one another by fighting. Desperately laughing, I frantically tried to avoid the subject. After that, everybody continued to praise each other for how they defeated their opponents and reflected on how fun today was.
Everybody look! The sunset's beautiful!
Satoko, getting me even more excited, pointed, waiting where her finger indicated was an immense sunset, casting even longer shadows on us and our bikes. The cries of the Higurashi were gentle and very comforting.
New tips. Who is Mion's uncle?
Yep, sorry. I suddenly got called into my part-time job at my uncle's shop today. What's that? Oh, what? No club today then? Well, I'm sorry. Mion put her hands together in apology and grinned. If you really want to do club today, then you can always do it without this old man. The club locker's stuffed full of games. You can pick whatever. The club locker was the trans-dimensional space from which Mion pulled games whenever we met for club activities. I wondered how so many freaking games could be stored in the locker. It was even smaller than the one with the cleaning supplies in it. Besides those games, it was also a cornucopia of suspicious objects, costumes for punishment games. If we lined them all up on the floor in order to sort them, they would definitely fill the entire classroom. Nah, we shouldn't. I get the feeling that if we mess around in that locker, everything inside will come tumbling down on me. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe amateurs shouldn't meddle with this. Mion gave a hearty laugh, implying that the only one who could do so was the club president.
Me. The teacher's looking for the key to the gym storehouse. Do you have any idea where it could be?
Huh? Did I not return it to the teacher's lounge? Mion said, feeling about in her pocket. Judging by her expression, she must have planned on returning it, but it was still in her pocket.
I knew you had it, Mion-san. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that you simply must have been the one who had it.
I was right too. Satoko and I were both right.
Neon Roses with the $5. I see Higu also has a case of the genders, TM. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe not quite as pronounced as Inuminako, but it's still there to a certain extent. I mean, it is the 80s in Japan after all. Well, I mean, the 80s anywhere, but you know what I mean. Giggling, Satoko and Rika-chan clapped their hands together in celebration.
You're annoying.
Slap, clap. Mion elbowed Satoko and Rika-chan in their heads, then headed for the teacher's lounge.
Oh, right. Have you two heard? Mion has a part-time job. That's why she's not coming to the club.
Oh, is that so? That's so very droll of her. Meep.
The two of them made disappointed faces. Whatever anyone said, Mion's club was always the number one thing I looked forward to when going to school. It wasn't hard to agree with their melancholic expressions after hearing it wouldn't be happening today. So, Mion's got a part-time job. Wonder what she's doing, anyway. Whenever Mion canceled club, it was usually because of her job. However, it also didn't seem like she was there every day. She would go 2 or 3 days in a row, then not go at all for a while. It sounded like a pretty damn random part-time job.
She isn't working at any one shop or anything.
She isn't? Does that mean she's a day laborer? Mion wearing socks and a helmet, sweating to death in a factory. I couldn't imagine such a thing.
Mion-san helps her uncles out whenever their employees go on vacation. She's like a handyman.
Ah, I get it. Now that you mention it, having a job at her uncle's place. I think I've heard about that before.
She has a lot of uncles who run their own shops, so Mi's in very high demand.
She has a lot of uncles who own shops? A lot of them?
Oh, you were unaware, Keiichi-san? There are many relatives of Mion-san's in Okinomiya who run their own stores.
Rebelk, thank you for becoming a channel member.
Huh? I didn't know that. So, they're all different kinds?
Yes, there's a bakery, a produce market, a ramen shop, and many others besides. That toy store we went to for club the other day is one of them.
I was dumbfounded. That's amazing. Is Mion's family blessed with some kind of crazy business sense? They run so many different things, it's kind of amazing.
There are others, like a loan shark, a land shark, a strip club, and a brothel. What I'm saying is they do a lot of things.
Okay, a couple weird things came up that time, but still, I could tell it was pretty extensive. So, the reason she's so fussy about returning money she lent you is because the blood of loan sharks run through her veins? That explains that.
Once I've completely forgot to pay me back for the money she gave me to go shopping, and she threatened me, saying that if I didn't return it all, she'd throw me into the red light district, and that would be the end of me.
Rika-chan being sold into the entertainment industry to pay off her debts. Shut up, Keiichi.
Dying by being thrown on the ground must be the silliest form of death I've ever heard of.
Huh? She doesn't really get it, does she? Recently, she seemed so unspoiled. Rika-chan and I gave her a pat on the head.
Why are you petting me? We're petting you because you're a good girl, Satoko.
Satoko was lost in confusion, but she seemed to understand she was being made fun of.
Okay, well that's that tip. We'll go ahead and save, and then move on to the next chapter. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Ugh. One moment. Is there a reason to like Keiichi? Yeah, there's plenty of reason to like Keiichi. Like, yeah, those, like, you know, anime humor, quote-unquote, scenes are terrible for him, but, like, outside of those, I genuinely think that Keiichi is a really great main character. What you drinking? Coke. Because I have an addiction. A caffeine addiction that permeates every aspect of my life. Anyway. Wonder why afternoons always make you feel sleepy like this. Mion spoke in a voice that went so far as to make whoever heard it lethargic. You want a medical explanation for sleepiness? I could say it, but it'll just make you more sleepy. Spare me. It was almost 3 o'clock. 6th period was almost over. By the way, Satoko and everyone else in the lower grades ended their school day after 5th period, so they were probably running around in the schoolyard right now. I could hear their joy-filled voices coming from there right now. Oh, what I would give to be able to join them.
Michan, you're the class representative, so you have to try harder. No going to sleep.
You see, rather than the class representative, I'd rather be president of the boxing club. They get to sleep a lot. Huh? What makes you think that? At the boxing gym, they're always hitting the sack, get it? Bam! The teacher cackled as she hit the back of Mion's head with the corner of a textbook.
That's all from me. I'll leave it at that for today. Representative, please direct the class.
Everybody stand up! At attention? Mion, who had been half asleep, became lively again the moment she heard class was over. It must be delightful to be that shrewd. No dad jokes in the classroom, literally. Homeroom was done after the lower grades had finished their lessons, so we were free to go. It was one of the odd rules we had as a mixed grade school. When they knew class was over, Satoko and Rika-chan returned to the classroom.
Good work today.
All right, it's time for happy fun club activities.
Yeah, that's right. What should we do today?
Hey, Michan, why don't we continue what we started yesterday?
Yes, we should do that. To have it end like that when things were getting good, I won't accept it.
Now. I know how you feel, but let's save that for another time. Something like that shouldn't be done somewhere dinky like a classroom after school, but a grander stage. I'm down whenever, but some of the younger guys said they'd watch me at the finals, so let me know ahead of time.
Whoa, Keiichi-kun, you're amazing! There's people cheering you on! Cheering you on! I wonder if there's anybody cheering on Rena.
I couldn't help but watch as Rena entered her pining maiden mode. I'm not gonna pull any punches, but I'll pray for your victory, Rena. With a saccharine Keiichi brand smile, I ruffled Rena's hair roughly.
What? How? Keiichi-kun, what are you... Oh...
Rena turned bright red and short-circuited, smoke billowing from both her ears. Gazing into her eyes, a strange scene of me holding hands with Rena and skipping through a flower bed was reflected there.
Happiness is a butterfly with the 5 pounds. Hi Nezumi, very recently watched your Umineko streams. Just wanted to say thanks for evolving the quality of my hyperfixations. Also, Ava on top! You are so correct! Thank you! And I'm glad that you're having a good time with it. Thank you so much.
Even if it was in somebody else's imagination, it was terribly troubling.
Meet Keiichi, the Rena killer.
When Rika-chan said that, everyone burst out laughing at once.
That Rena is a Setoko and Rika-chan killer, though.
It may be true that we can't win against Rena, but we won't lose to Keiichi.
This is becoming a pretty interesting relationship map. Our strengths kind of interact like in rock, paper, scissors. But that doesn't include Mion, does it?
Of course not. Doesn't matter who it is, I won't lose.
Mion leered with a gaze befitting of a club president. No, befitting of an empress. The mood in the room became much more lively. It was as good a moment as any to get started.
Well now, let's get started nice and easy.
Yeah. So then, Michan, what shall we do today?
Mion let out a small interjection as she rummaged through the so-called club locker. Every time I look, there's always a ton of things crammed in there. Sorry, just taking a moment to sip my drink every now and then. Everything that's jammed in that locker is some game of some kind, you know? On top of that, things used for penalty games like cat ears and collars were kept in there. The capacity of that thing's unfathomable. That locker, maybe it actually extended through the wall into the 4th dimension. That's my theory anyways. If not that, then how else could you explain how someone could pull out item after item? After Mion touched her hand to her chin briefly in thought, she turned around without pulling out any games.
Why don't we try and keep it a bit simple today? Playing games that require lots of pieces all the time can be a little bland, right?
It doesn't matter what kind of game it is. If everybody plays together, we can have fun. Yeah, that's right.
Rena and I both expressed our agreement. I feel the same way. With this group, there's no doubt that even if we were pulling weeds from the school grounds, it would be fun.
That wouldn't be fun for me. Pulling weeds or whatever.
Oh, that's right, isn't it? By the way, Satoko, could you stop reading people's minds by looking at their expressions?
Whatever you're thinking is always written all over your face. So I always know right away.
I've always been told that, but ever since I transferred, it seems like it's been especially bad. I need to develop a poker face, or I could be in for a rough time.
Alright, everybody pay attention. I'm gonna explain the rules.
We all immediately cut the idle chatter and put on stern expressions. In no time at all, everybody's gaze focused like a tiger or a shark, listening intently. That's right. From the point where the rules are explained, the match has already begun.
Today's game is probably better known as a party game. It's called Sympathy. Has anybody heard it before?
Sympathy. It means to share someone's feelings, right? Maybe I might know this.
Michan, maybe it's the game where we choose a topic and everybody writes down the first word that comes to mind. And the more people who share the same answers, the more points are awarded? In that case, Rena knows about it.
Ah, I remember. I recall playing a game like that in grade school while we were on the bus during a field trip.
I'm not familiar with this game. I would like an explanation.
First of all, we have the leader choose a topic. For example, if they choose dessert... Satoko-chan, when somebody says dessert, what's the first thing that you think of?
Let's see here. Pudding or something.
Okay, then in that case, Satoko, you would write down pudding on your memo pad. Then everybody reveals their answers at the same time. If there's 2 or more people that wrote down pudding, they get points. The more people who write down the same answer, the more points are awarded. So if everybody writes down the same answer, that's a max of 5 points.
In other words, the trick is to think that when you write, what you write down is the same answer as everybody else.
It was exactly as Rika-chan said. The point of this game was to think in a way so that you have the same answer as everybody else. For example, even if you heard the word dessert and immediately thought of strawberry sundae, if your answer doesn't match up with everybody else, you don't get any points. That's why you have to hold off on that answer and change to one that seems like everybody else will choose. The key becomes not what you think of not what you think yourself, but being able to predict what everybody else will answer. It's a very high-level intellectual game.
For Satoko's sake, let's try practicing for one round.
Okay, for this round, seeing as I'm club president, the leader will be me, okay?
The topic can be something random. Taking out her literature textbook, she began flipping to a random page. Alright then, this is only the practice round. The first topic is shaved ice. When you say shaved ice, there's only one answer, isn't there? Among the standard flavors of shaved ice, there's strawberry, melon, and blue Hawaii. The most popular among those is obviously melon. Everybody wrote down an answer? Then everybody show theirs at the same time, okay? Ready? Go! Strawberry, melon. Ujigintoki, strawberry, strawberry. What? I'm the only one with melon? You guys! Don't go doing something so mundane as picking strawberry as the standard! Hey, Rena, would you actually order strawberry shaved ice? The first thing that always sells out at summer festivals is always melon, isn't it?
Rena also likes melon flavor, but really, it's all about the strawberry, right? Right?
Kei-chan, if I was to pick, I would actually choose melon. But you see, this is a word association game. If somebody says shaved ice, the first thing you think of strawberry. I'm still not entirely convinced. But in any case, it's this type of game.
Rika, what exactly did you write? Is this a type of shaved ice? It's ujigintoki. It's incredibly delicious, you know.
Well, it might be delicious, sure, but it's not exactly run-of-the-mill. Whoops, I clicked out of my tabs. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Still, it's a pretty refined choice. Satoko, did this help you get a good idea? There were 3 people who wrote down strawberry, so those people get 3 points. We compete to see who can get the most.
Yeah. I've got it. More importantly, Mion-san, what shall we do about today's penalty game? Oh, there's going to be one after all. What will it be? What will it be?
What should it be? Kei-chan, you have a suggestion? What, for the penalty game? When I was in elementary school, there was a penalty game, yeah. It can only be that. Schlepping! In other words, that thing where the loser has to carry around everybody else's baggage. Happened often to the boys. Elementary school kids walking around completely covered in backpacks. You see it a lot.
But how will we do that? Satoko-chan and Rika-chan's houses are the complete opposite direction from ours.
Then how about the loser carries just the winner's stuff to their house? Getting everybody's stuff to their house would involve covering a pretty sizable distance.
Oh yeah, just that much might be alright. Somehow today's penalty game is pretty simple. With a penalty game of this level, it wouldn't even be fun to make Keiichi-san do it.
Then shall we raise the stakes a bit? Not just playing Porter. Ta-da! How about we have someone schlep stuff around dressed in this? What? Why a maid outfit of all things?
It's cute and all, but no way! But you see, what do we do if Keiichi-san loses? If we don't have a size that fits him?
Oh, I didn't let that little detail get by. I have a nice XL-sized one prepared just for Kei-chan. So, Kei-chan, you ready? I'm gonna have you walk around outside dressed up as a maid. From the headband to the garter belt, even the underwear, I've got it all prepared for you. This is insane! Why do you have every possible size of that type of thing in that locker? This is bad, Keiichi Maibara. Somehow it's become a situation where only my failure results in an overly cruel price to pay. What if I make a mistake and lose? I wouldn't be able to walk around in broad daylight anymore. Hi, Split. You arrived just in time, I guess. Oh, ma'am. About that Maibara boy. Did you hear about him? It seems like he has a pen... Yeah, okay. Oh my, really? That'd be so embarrassing, you know? Oh. Yeah! That's way too harsh! That's just incredibly brutal! If I were to return this penalty to some semblance of normalcy, now's the only time! Everybody, I think we should refrain from this unwholesome penalty game. Why on the way back home from school? Do we have to be accompanied by a girl wearing a maid uniform and carrying our baggage? Having them say, "Master," while dragging them around the village in such an embarrassing outfit? Oh wait, why am I panting? What is this? This feeling welling up inside me.
Hey, let's just make it a normal penalty game. Wait, Keiichi-kun's frozen stiff.
Foom. Burning with passion, I firmly placed my hand on Rena's shoulders. Rena, there's no problem with the penalty game. I just have to win. That's right, everybody. I turned to everybody with an idiotic grin, my pearly whites flashing with a brilliant gleam.
Okay-chan, you've come around to the idea, huh? No matter what the penalty game is, there's no reason to be afraid. You just have to win. Right, everybody? Yeah! Yeah!
From Mion to Rika, everybody energetically thrust their fists up high. Only Rena seemed somewhat undecided, standing there looking flustered. She's a little bit slow, isn't she? If she wins, even for Rena, it's quite a delectable opportunity. Hey, Rena, don't you see this is a pretty big opportunity? Rika-chan or Satoko-chan in a maid outfit coming right to your doorstep. This is a historically great chance, isn't it? Rena began spouting a fountain of blood from her nose. The look in her eyes completely changed. She shifted into cute mode. I was waiting for this, Rena. That look in her eyes.
How? To my doorstep. It's not like Kage-kun or Mi-chan wouldn't be good too. How?
Alright, it looks like everybody's prepared themselves. Get your memo pads ready. First question. Ready?
Mion opened up her textbook to a random page and read out a word that caught her eye.
The first topic is summer break.
This is yet another quite abstract keyword. Well then, let's not worry about it too much and start with something like this.
Everybody good? Time to show 'em. Ready? Go!
On Mion's signal, everybody simultaneously held up what they wrote. Let's see, what did everybody write? Summer festival, fireworks, mosquito coils.
Oh, Rena and I have the same answer. Alright, 2 points.
But Satoko's fireworks was pretty good too. Rika's mosquito coil's a very nice seasonal choice as well.
Oh, the choices are quite invigorating. It's almost summer break, isn't it? Wonder how we'll spend it this year.
Invigorating words that invoke the image of summer break. Certainly things that enrich the soul. As everybody approaches the soon-to-come summer break, a plethora of dreams should be etched upon their thoughts.
By the way, Keiichi-san, what did you answer? Hurry up and show us.
I didn't really write down anything that great.
No. Showing us is part of the rules. Now come on.
Stop it! Don't look! Homework. The room went silent. Nobody could really follow up that response. It's as if my impertinent answer had somehow sullied the wonderful dreams of the coming summer break.
Keiichi-kun's summer breaks were never fun, were they?
It's alright. Let's spend the summer this year with everybody. We won't leave you by your lonesome.
Rika-chan gently petted my head. What exactly did summer break mean to me? Summer courses, observing sunflowers, practice exams, special summer-focused seminars. I know nothing of hot summers, because I've always been in air-conditioned cram school. Ugh, the tears.
Keiichan's summer breaks were always devoid of hopes and dreams, weren't they?
What? Ah! Don't look at me with such pity in your eyes! Don't look at me! This game called Sympathy may be more terrifying than I could ever imagine.
Well, anywho, Rena and I get 2 points each. Let's keep going. Next is fish.
So, it's fish. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten sushi in a while. By the way, rather than lean tuna, I'm quite the connoisseur on things like flounder. I wonder who I'll match with this answer, because for a Japanese person, anyone would think of this. Alright everybody, this time we'll start from mine. Ready? Go! Sushi. How about that for an answer? When you see a lively fish, do you want to steam it or grill it? No, to have fresh sashimi is the epitome of cuisine. Rather than write sashimi, however, I'll choose the more amiable term in sushi. That is my cunning ploy. But contrary to the intrepid resolve of my reply, everybody's expression was listless.
Oh, that's right. When you say fish, let's see. Sushi is tasty, isn't it?
What? Stop talking to me in that consoling tone! Stop it!
Well then, should the rest of us show our answers? Ready? Go!
Dolphin. Whale. Aquarium. Aquarium.
Rika and I have the same answer. That's 2 points.
Rena picked whale, huh? I thought about that too, but I ended up picking dolphin.
Really? Rena wanted to write dolphin at first, but Rena didn't think anybody else would write it. Either one of them is very cute.
Everybody, excluding me, stopped and stared blankly as their thoughts drifted over the horizon. It seems as if they can hear the roar of the open sea from over there.
This means everybody has 2 points. Well, everybody but Keiichi-san. Keiichi-kun's answers were worth 0 points, but Rena thinks that they were very unique and interesting.
To immediately think of food when you hear the word fish. Kei-chan, you really should be ashamed of how destitute your soul is, huh?
What? Don't say something like my soul is destitute! Besides, what's with Mion and Rena's answers anyway? Those aren't even fish! Those are mammals!
Objection overruled. Next!
What a horrid game this is today. As the games pile on, it seems as if I'll be further exposed as a petty human being. I'm the only one who still hasn't earned any points. I want to at least get a point in the next round.
Alright, the next topic is Sakura.
Damn it. This time I'll do it. Keep your cool, Keiichi Maibara. Don't think what you would normally think. Everybody else here is a girl. Stop thinking like a man. If you write down Sakura Mochi here, you'll only be repeating the tragedies of the past. Throw away that gastrocentric male sensibility. Just for now, think of yourself as a girl. You are a girl. You are a girl. I am a girl!
Everybody finish writing? Let's do it!
Keiichi-san, if you don't start getting points right now, won't it be a bit dangerous?
This time it's perfect. I've completely suppressed my own instincts. This time, I will have a match. No, I will make it a match!
Keiichi-kun, you seem pretty confident about this one. You see, this time, Rena thought like a boy so I could match up with your answer. Sakura Mochi.
I like them too. I wrote it down.
Rena and Rika giggled together. What? Now's not the time to think with your stomach!
Well then, did Keiichi-san write the same answer as me? I put down Hanami.
That's right. When you say Sakura, it just has to be Hanami, right? Yeah, I wrote that down too.
Mion and Satoko's response was Hanami. Seriously? That's the kind of event where old geezers getting drunk and doing all sorts of depraved things is the standard, isn't it?
Atropos of the $2, the force femming is working.
And why of all times did you just decide to abandon answering from a girl's point of view?
Well then, Kei-chan, what sort of girly response did you write down?
It's nothing. Let's move on to the next topic. Moving on. Before I knew it, Rika-chan had circled behind me and was intently reading the memo I had hidden behind my back.
Cardmaster Sakura is written down here.
It became dead quiet. The abrupt silence enveloped the room. It would be fine if somebody at least laughed at me or played it off as something dumb. But nobody even flinched. The feeling in the pit of my stomach reached critical mass, causing my once blood-drained face to flush with a sudden wave of heat. Sakura can only mean Cardmaster Sakura, can't it? It's such a popular anime that's broadcast every week on the government-run networks. It's broken through to every demographic from little girls to grown men. You've seen it, haven't you? No, you've definitely seen it. Even I've seen it!
Yeah, even without the forced explanation, I know about it. It's that thingy where she fights in a different costume every week, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yep. It's cute, isn't it? Rena sometimes browses through it at the magazine stand to keep up with the story. I saw it for the first time recently. Sakura's cool and so cheerful all the time. I like the girl who's always filming with the camcorder.
It's not just popular with little girls, it's also surprisingly well received by older boys, isn't it? To think that Kei-chan was one of those.
I felt like I had inadvertently blurted out something unnecessary and had completely self-destructed, but that wasn't the main problem. So you all know it, don't you? Then why didn't you write it down? Sakura means Sakura Kinomoto. Sakura-tan. Cardmaster Sakura is the right answer! Poof. Mion quietly put her hand on my shoulder.
Kei-chan, now I'm certain. Kei-chan, you are to your very core a geezer. Irrevocably so.
Yeah! Why is everybody looking at me with those eyes filled with pity?
That's not true, Keiichi-kun. Okay, let's do our best. Here's where the comeback begins. There's no coming back for Keiichi-san the geezer. Now give up quietly and accept your penalty.
What was today's penalty game again?
Dressing up as a maid, complete with the hairband and garter belt, while carrying around the winner's stuff.
Alright, if you're real members of this club, show me that you won't let anybody come back from this disadvantage. Alright, let's keep it rolling.
I would say poor boy, but he did it to himself. This is what you get for the shop exploits, Keiichi. Sorry. Take the L.
Well, Keiichi-kun seems happy. Why? How can this be?
He's probably awoken to the joys of cross-dressing.
Ah, Keiichi-kun, your hairband's gonna fall off. Let me fix that for you.
Rena cheerfully adjusted the hairband that had been enshrined upon my head. How's it feel, Kei-chan? Have you awoken to the pleasures of wearing girls' clothing in front of okay. Be honest now. It's alright. We won't laugh. Ah! You jerk! I'm gonna murder you! Swinging Mion's bag about wildly, I chased her in circles for a bit. Today's loser was quickly decided to be me. When I had been assured of finishing last, Mion showed her true power. She began racking up points with an iron fist. In the end, we didn't even have to add up the score to know who was on top. After that, in the changing room, with much wailing and gnashing of teeth, pushing the boundaries of shame and brutality, I was instructed by Mion on how to put on everything from ribbons to underwear. Damn you, Mion. What do you mean, knowing this will come in handy one day? How the bloody hell will a man knowing how to put on a garter belt be useful?
See Rose, no, we have not. But we will be soon. Probably.
Shh! Kei-chan, you're too loud. If you stay quiet, you might be able to pass this off as a rehearsal for a play.
She's right. If you cause a scene here, they'll find out that you're wearing women's clothing right down to the unmentionables.
I shuddered from head to toe, resisting the urge to scream. Actually, Kei-chan, you have really smooth skin. You often told that it's easy to apply makeup on you? Saying that, Mion gently rubbed my cheek. What kind of man gets praised for being easy to apply makeup on them? How's it feel wearing a maid's hairband? It really finishes off the look. The hairband's the best part of a maid outfit, after all. What do you mean, finishes off the look? Dumbass! Stop teasing me!
Keiichi-kun's embarrassed. Cute.
That's right. Men like things like garter belts, right? So, how's it feel wearing one yourself? I don't really feel anything. Hey, stop it! Don't flip it up! It's tight, isn't it? Can you feel it rub against your skin as you walk? Stop! Don't whisper such strange things in my ear! How?
Okay. we don't have to read that line.
You're turning red, you're turning red. Have you finally realized it? That's right. Right now, Kei-chan is exactly the type of maid that every healthy male wants. Stop it, Mion! Really, why do you have to whisper that right in my ear? Have you ever just wanted to hold a maid close to you? Kei-chan, you've currently become one with the maid. Don't you see? That's a distance far closer than mere touch can ever achieve. There, can't you hear that pulse? That breath?
Me-chan, that's... Oh.
On the verge of overheating, a long red line flowed out of Rena's nose. Putting on makeup properly, making you wear a wig with straight long hair you like so much. Kei-chan, I've made you into your ideal woman. And now you're going to walk around town with me. You'll surely monopolize all the eyes of the men. That would definitely make you feel really good, wouldn't it? If only you didn't have... Yeah. Saying that, she tried to flip my skirt. Look! This is definitely not the time! I can't let them see me with this male-centric problem! Before I realized it, Rena was caressing my head and rubbing me with her cheek.
Keiichi-kun, when you were fidgeting like that, you were super cute. I'm gonna take you home.
Peering through Rena's vice-like embrace, I saw Mion laying spread eagle on her back. I see. This must be what Satoko and Rika-chan feel like when they become Rena's prey. After that, it took quite some time to calm Rena down from her frenzy.
As cringe as some of those lines can be with regards to that stuff, though, I definitely I will forgive not Keiichi. I will forgive Ryukishi on this particular offense because there are literal trans characters in his other stories that he wrote after this, and he wrote them really respectfully and well. So, you know, he's cool. He knows the score. 2001 game. You know, so I'll let it slide.
Later, Kei-chan. Today was super enjoyable. You'll rue this day, Mion. This disgrace shall be returned tenfold! I'll achieve an overwhelming victory, and then condemn you to a public shaming! Only if you can beat me. I look forward to seeing you try. Mion tossed me my clothes and, looking in as good a mood as I've ever seen her, left. Okay, now that I've been released by Mion, I can't even waste a second running home.
By the way, Rena isn't as good as Mii-chan, so if we happen to bump into anybody, I won't be able to follow up for you, okay?
Soon after that, I went into a full-out dash. I'm pretty sure I was running the 100 meters in about 6 seconds there.
Well then, Keiichi-kun. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. The fact that I didn't bump into anybody I knew was probably divine favor for my constant good behavior. It's been going my way today. At the moment the front door opened, as if somebody was waiting for me. Oh, Keiichi. So you're home. I was just about to go for a walk. I was dumbstruck by how slow my father was to react. A normal person would have realized the peculiar scene before them around, "Oh, Keiichi. Dad, this is, you see, you know that club I'm always talking about? This is one of the penalty games we do there, and it just so happened that I lost today." My dad placed his hand on my shoulder. It was an oddly moist and uncomfortably warm hand. Keiichi, let's have a little talk in my studio. We'll keep it a secret from Mom, of course. No, Dad, let go! There's a show I want to watch right now! Mion, you shall rue this day! His artistic flame raging like wildfire, my dad dragged me along. I disappeared into the depths of the studio. Okay. Well, anyway...
Keiichi, are you home? Oh, you were in the bath. Is that makeup remover?
More importantly, what's the matter?
Sorry. I have a headache and I don't think that I can make dinner tonight. I'm terribly sorry, but can you go out to eat with your dad?
My mom's a go-get-'em superwoman at work, but it occasionally takes a toll on her health. So, this kind of situation's hardly a rarity. That's fine, but what will you eat?
If it's just for myself, I can probably find a way to scrounge something together. Take care.
Keiichi! We'll take the car, so hurry up! Dad quickly got the car ready. He must be hungry. He really only moves so energetically when it's time to eat. Sorry to keep you waiting. So, when are we gonna eat? Where are we going to eat? I recently found a nice store. Let's go there. My dad usually only complains about things. For him to actually praise something is unexpected. I wonder what kind of place it is that he'd rank it 3 stars. As one who sees the way of the gourmand, I, Keiichi Maibara, am genuinely intrigued. The headlights of the car cut through the early darkness of the Hinamizawa night, carving a straight path towards town.
We're going to one of my least favorite locations in the novel!
I was pondering where such a gem of a restaurant could be hidden away. It was shockingly the family restaurant right by the station. Dad, that great restaurant you were talking about, was this? The words Angel Mort were written on a very family restaurant-esque cartoonish logo. It had the air of a girl-oriented all-you-can-eat cake buffet rather than a proper restaurant. You've never been inside, Keiichi? Come to think of it, I hadn't. There's been some times where I've traveled to faraway towns to eat, but returning only as far as Okinomiya Station, there was really no reason to dine out. Home was just a stone's throw away after all. I see. That was the reason I never noticed it before. We stopped the car in the restaurant's parking lot. It seems like business is booming. There's quite a few cars parked here. But what really amazes me are the license plates. There's a lot of them that can't be from this area. Fukuyama, Nagoya, well, that's fine. Chiba? Saitama?
Opening up my mental geography book, I calculated how long it would have taken them to get here via the major highways. Keiichi, it seems you finally realized how amazing this restaurant is. What's the meaning of this? How could so many people travel from so far away just to come to this restaurant? Following my dad, I climbed the steps and entered the building.
June Pop 45 with the $5. I'm back at the fucking Tres Bien! Yeah, it's... I guess it's kind of similar to that. I would say that it's worse, honestly. Well, I don't know, actually, that's debatable. Maybe, at least Tres Bien has... Or, I mean, Tres Bien has, like, really shitty food. Like, at least Angel Mort has halfway decent food. Well, anyway.
The bell attached to the door clattered as we entered, and a waitress soon greeted us. After confirming our party size and whether we wanted a smoking or non-smoking seat, she guided us inside. Dad ordered us 2 of the daily specials. It seemed that they were ready-made, so there wasn't much of a wait at all until our meals were brought to us. The taste was, no offense to Dad, not so different from your run-of-the-mill family restaurant. If you're talking about the taste, it seems like normal family restaurant fare.
Harmonia with a Canadian $2. Muscle Man from regular show voice.
Oh no, bro. You know who else goes to an average family restaurant?
Who gives a damn about the taste, Keiichi? See? Isn't it great? I see. It just may be that the food here might be nothing more than average. The demographic of the customers were pretty much all young men. It may call itself a family restaurant, but there wasn't a single table with a family. And yet, it was packed. The parking lot was filled with cars from all corners of this country. They didn't come from far and wide to eat this completely mediocre food. And there's only one reason. Dad flagged down a nearby waitress. Excuse me, the dessert that comes with the meal still hasn't come yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There's a dessert that comes with Daily Combo A. I've been waiting for quite a while.
Oh, it's... my apologies. I'll bring it right away.
The apparently rookie waitress rushed off, flustered. Dad, could it be that this restaurant is... Aren't they great? The waitress's uniforms here, I mean. Bam. What are you doing, Keiichi? My own father never hit me! I'm your son! Listen, Keiichi, I've never come here with impure intentions. That bell and art... Attirante and eccentric clothing quel effect. It is my artistic muse. I wanted you to feel that. Even you must have yearned for this stimulation, haven't you? Coming here alone, though, is a bit embarrassing. You understand. That's why I dragged you here. Just blame me. Even if you must condemn me, I wanted you to know this feeling, Keiichi! I need to take a leak. My father has always had a bad habit of trying to hide his embarrassment using incomprehensible nonsense as a smokescreen. I want to believe that this weirdness won't be genetic. Continuing his one-sided rambling, my father stood up and headed to the washroom. With him gone, I was left alone in the booth. Finally, at this time, a feeling of embarrassment welled up inside of me.
Attirant? I don't know.
I had nothing to do but go beet red with shame. The waitress from before returned, her eyes alternating between the order slip and the table. Arriving at my seat, she hesitantly tried to say something. A more veteran waitress offered me some advice over her shoulder. Just calm down and say, sorry for the wait.
I'm terribly sorry for the wait.
Right, just like that. Do your best! Whispering that into her ear, the veteran waitress left. This waitress must have just been hired. With an absolute lack of confidence, she moved hesitantly and maybe even somewhat perilously. Just watching her put me on edge. I silently watched as she placed the dessert on the table with an inexperienced hand. But it's just as Dad said. What incredible uniforms these are. They were like a bunny girl plus a maid plus some sort of frilly outfit, all in a perfect ratio. Most certainly a rather dubiously charming kind of fashion. In any case, she in no way appeared to be a proper waitress. What should I do? I was catching glimpses of too many things. That is, I didn't know where I should look.
See, Rose, with the $2. With the 2 daughters. Well, I mean, technically, with the $2, that's one of my daughters. I won't specify what I meant by that. Not yet.
Wearing something like that walking around the restaurant, it's as bad as it can be for digestion. Even though she was wearing the outfit, this particular waitress had no idea what to do either. This flustered state, without a doubt, should be attributed to the amount of bare skin showing rather than being new to the job. Both the waitress and I mutually avoided eye contact. What a platonically embarrassing feeling this is. I'm a customer, you know? It's alright to be more straightforward. My nose is starting to bleed. At that moment, our eyes just happened to meet. Both of us blinked, doubting who we were looking at. What? What? This is... Mion? Is that you? On top of her hair being let down, she was so far removed from her usual confidence-filled attitude, I didn't realize it was her at all. It was Mion! Why is she here? Why are you working at a place like this?
I'm helping out at my uncle's store.
Come to think of it, I did hear her talk about how her relatives have stores in town, and that she sometimes works part-time to help them. Oh, that must be a lot of work. The nervous feeling I had dissipated in an instant. Knowing that this was Mion, there was no reason to feel that way. Well, actually, my animal instinct tells me that the power balance between Mion and myself has been turned upside down. That's right, I'm a customer! My position is superior to hers! The humiliation from today's penalty game was cutting through the recesses of my mind. There really is a god. For him to grant me this opportunity for revenge! Noticing the flames of vengeance burning in my eyes, Mion took a step back. But seeing it like this type of clothing suits you very nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, this sucks.
It's embarrassing, so don't look so much.
I confirmed my preemptive strike was a clean hit. There's no mistaking that Mion's currently defenseless. While confirming my attack was successful, I simultaneously lined up the combo. Mion, yeah, shut up. All the customers are definitely looking at you.
Don't say that.
Don't play coy with me. I know that you enjoy drawing all the yeah. I mean, if you didn't, there's no yeah.
It's not like I'm doing this because I like to.
Is this alright, Keiichi Maibara? Aren't you taking this a little too far?
Yes.
Even if it's payback for that humiliation during the day, isn't this too much? Hey, shut up, Logic! To pay back Mion tenfold's a chance you'll hardly ever get! Wearing this kind of getup, your mother must be so disappointed. The part where you can almost just see something is the best. Come closer.
Please stop.
You still lack the spirit of service towards your customers.
Please forgive me.
I want to take you home.
No, not that!
Entering a version of Rena's cute mode, blood spewing from my nose like a waterfall, I was going until I had no regrets. I was going to complete this verbal humiliation revenge for today's events. Yep, I'll spare you the rest for today. It seems that Mion's neural circuits had completely shorted from the embarrassment. I might have teased her a little too much, or so I thought, but such a meek Mion's something you hardly ever see, so this was good for now. Leaving aside what exactly was good. I never knew. To think that the high and mighty Mion would have a hard time being a waitress.
That's wrong.
This is such a surprising sight of you. I want to show this to the Mion from this afternoon. Actually, I want to show Rena and the others. Rena will definitely flip out with joy. Do you think that she'll say that she wants to work here?
That's wrong.
I could never imagine in my wildest dreams that such a cute outfit would suit you, Mion.
I'm saying that's wrong.
While turning bright red, Mion finally spit out the words that were lodged in her throat. What do you mean? That's wrong.
I'm not Mion.
What? I was taken aback at Mion's confusing words. If you're not Mion, then who are you? You're Mion Sonozaki, right?
I'm sorry. I should have said this earlier, but my name is Shion Sonozaki. Mion's my older sister.
My eyes unconsciously widened with surprise from this brazenly crazy talk. Mion, probably thinking that there was no way such a far-fetched excuse would work, turned bright red while fidgeting nervously. Shion? Shion Sonozaki?
Yes. I'm often mistaken for my sister.
But when we met, you had the kind of response that you wouldn't make if we were meeting for the first time.
That's because my sister was always talking about you, so I knew who you were.
A little bit of cringeworthy excuse, that is.
But when I looked at Mion's eyes, which begged me to believe her, the urge to tease completely subsided.
I mean, okay, they say younger sister. They're twins. So, like, younger by a few minutes, maybe.
To us, Mion had to be a leader who was normally overflowing with confidence, a guiding force. If I were to lash out at that Mion, I would have ruined something I shouldn't have. That was something I would never have wished for. So, I understand. This foolishness here is something very different from the everyday Mion. That's why she's Shion. I see. In that case, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. As long as you understand. My sister has a lot of enemies, you see.
Well, now she's self-aware of that fact, now is she? As I unintentionally laughed aloud, Shion laughed with me.
Shion, is this your first time being a waitress? Doesn't seem like you're used to it.
This is where the game gets wildly confusing. I wouldn't say this is. I can't comment exactly on the whole delineation between Mion and Shion right now, but I think at least before a certain point it's pretty cut and dry. But I will only get into that when I think we've gotten to a certain point where it's like okay for me to really do that. But for right now, don't think too hard about it.
Actually, today is, Kei-chan's my first customer.
A little flustered after saying that, she quickly asked if it was okay for her to refer to me the same way as her sister did. Seeing that blatant quirk was so cute, I couldn't stop laughing. So, you said you've worked part-time at your uncle's store before? I thought you would be more used to it.
Oh, I have other relatives that run shops. And that's why this is the first time I'm helping the uncle that owns this place.
I see. Makes sense. Anybody would be tempted of doing a job they weren't used to. Does Mion ever help out at the store?
Oh, my sister is, you see...
Atropos, I'm not... Don't worry. I know what I'm doing here. I'm not alluding to too much future stuff. I'm maybe talking about something different than you're thinking about.
She's not good with these cutesy things.
I know what she's trying to say. That's right. Mion's more suited to cool things, so I think having you help out here was the right choice. Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform would never suit somebody like Mion, but for Shion, I think it works.
Huh, you mean that,
Shion, like Rena often does, spaced out and turned bright red.
What does that mean, exactly?
At least for this moment, it felt like the Shion character actually existed, because there was no way that the Mion I knew had this side to her. At that moment, we realized that the more veteran waitress was waving at us from across the room.
Sonozaki-san, you can take your break now. Oh, okay.
Mion finally returned to her senses. It seemed as if it was time for her to go take her break.
Well then, I'll take my leave. It was fun talking to the infamous Kei-chan.
Sorry for mistaking you for Mion and teasing you. Please tell Mion that I'll have my revenge one day.
That thing where you were forced to dress as a maid and walk around outside, right?
That devilish laugh and smile. It was exactly the same as the one I knew. That's right. Tell her that I'll return the favor for the total humiliation I suffered.
Bleh. More importantly, I'm going to complain to my sister about the teasing I had to endure today. My sister will have my revenge during your club activities.
Bring it on! I'll get her before she gets me! Mion laughed with a warm smile devoid of any remaining nervousness and disappeared into the back. I felt like I had a very valuable experience today. That's right. For now, I know the high and mighty Mion has a weak point to panic and get embarrassed about. But of all things, for her to say that she has a twin sister. I thought that maybe I should ask Rena tomorrow if she really has a sister. But maybe it's better that I didn't ask. It's a bit mean-spirited. I've decided that the person I met here today was Shion, the younger's twin sister. So I'll refrain from doing anything that would deny that. It's not that we actually made a promise or anything, but that little exchange gave birth to a new rule between me and Mion. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. It was my dad. That was a long trip to the washroom. He probably came up with a new idea for an art piece while he was sitting on the can. Keiichi, you about ready? Let's go home. Settling the bill, my father had his customer card stamped. It was pretty much filled.
Damn, Dad, you're quite the regular customer. Was that new waitress just now somebody you know, Keiichi? Oh, so you're watching from the shadows. Dad had the oddest sense of tact sometimes. Somebody from school? From Hinamizawa? Yeah, she's the little sister of my friend Mion. Her school isn't in Hinamizawa, so she must go to the one in town. I've never seen her at my school. So not all the kids in Hinamizawa go to the same school? Only about half. The other half go all the way into town on their bikes. In this way, the feeling that I was really talking to Shion came to me. What should I say to Mion tomorrow? I met your little sister! Something like that. Even with Mion being like that, us having a secret between the two of us made me both a little happy and a little embarrassed. Okay.
At least we have that scene out of the way now. It has some sort of interesting tidbits at the end, but most of that scene sucks. Is there really a Shion?
Huh? Mion-san's family?
Yeah, more broadly. I was just wondering if she had any brothers or anything. I was actually wondering whether her younger twin sister named Shion really existed. And my curiosity got the better of me, so I quietly asked Satoko about it.
I wonder. She might not.
Harmonia with the Canadian $2. Deep breath. Mion AUs. No. She wasn't being very clear about it. Had Satoko never gone over to Mion's house to play? From your reaction, I guess you've never met any.
Yes, I've never seen any of her relatives except for her grandmother.
As far as I could tell, there were already dark clouds over the Shion is real theory. Arabaki Gaming with the $2. I hate Angel Mort, I hate Angel Mort, I hate Angel Mort! Me too!
Rika would know more than I. You would do well to ask her.
Satoko waved to Rika-chan, who was basking in the sunlight.
Rika, do you know anything about Mion-san's family?
Rika-chan was surprised at the sudden question.
Mi has a big family, so I don't really know everything about them.
That many, huh? For example, is there somebody named Shion Sonozaki? Well, I might have heard wrong, so she might actually not exist, but,
You mean she? Shion exists.
Huh? That was unexpected. So she was real.
Their names are quite similar, you know. I could get tongue-tied trying to tell the difference. I've heard she's Mi's younger twin sister, but I haven't met her too many times.
Rika-chan knew a bit about her as well, but hadn't seen her much.
I think I met her once at a funeral, a few years ago.
She's not in this class, so maybe she goes to the school in Okinomiya.
She may live there too. Mion-san herself lives apart from her family with her grandmother, after all.
She didn't live with her parents? That was a bit odd. Was there something between them?
It's a very complicated family. She seems to have many relatives. There are doubtless many different circumstances.
For now, I learned that she had a younger twin sister named Shion, but her family structure, including her own position, still seemed very mysterious. Oh, what are the three of you talking about? Let this old man in on it.
Oh, Mion-san, you've come at a good time. Might it be true that you have a younger twin sister?
Mion. Crap. A younger sister? Yeah, I do. Mion grew uncharacteristically red in the face, at a loss. I think she's looking at me.
Oh my, I had no idea. What kind of person might she be? I would very much like to meet her sometime.
You shouldn't bother. She's not cute at all. She's really conceited. Besides, other than talking to her on the phone once in a while, I haven't seen her in a long time either. Why did it look like she was in such a panic? It's like she was declaring that the Shion from yesterday was actually a fake. Anyway, this was pretty funny, so I let it go on for a little while longer. Another Mion, under the name of Shion. Will I be able to see her if I go to that restaurant again? I had a mysterious feeling, as if I'd made a new friend, despite knowing that she and Mion were the same person. An introduction to Angel Mart. Reprinted from the Victorious War Photographer's Guide, April issue, Complete Conquest Analysis, Family Restaurant Chapter.
Now at last last, we've come to the blazing hot third day, to Angel Mort, a super famous restaurant and the envy of all enthusiasts, despite being located in the remote Shishibone city of blank prefecture. We don't need to read this one.
Sorry, turn off the... We don't need to read this one. Why exactly do the most famous stores avoid the centers of human habitation? I forgot what this even is. God of War photography. I hate this fucking tip. Atropos. Well, then, Sorry, hold on. Let me skim a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, you know, maybe you're right. Anyway. Not important. Don't worry about it. Not important.
Listen up, everybody. If you don't take cooking seriously, somebody's going to get hurt. This is part of your education as well. So don't fool around and do it seriously. A lazy, yeah, wafted through the class in response. Half of the school day today was going to be home economics class. The plan was for everybody to make curry rice and give it to the forest rangers who let this building be rented out as a school. If everybody were making curry in the same pot, it would have been a more party-like atmosphere, but this was school after all, excluding the youngest students. Each one of us would be making our own curry with the results being judged. Alright everybody, it may be that nowadays curry is an easy meal that anyone can make, but it has its roots in traditional Indian cuisine. Even though we've altered it a bit in the Japanese style, it's still instilled in the knowledge and culture of ancient India. Absolutely do not neglect that fact. I'll have words with anybody who doesn't take this seriously, so be prepared for that. That seemed like a needlessly passionate sermon on curry. Well, whatever.
It's rumored that Chia Sensei has devoted her life to curry. She'll probably be a pretty strict judge.
As long as you're not failing, your grade in home ec doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter at all.
I wouldn't say that if I were you. The teacher's a tyrant when it comes to curry.
What the heck does that even mean? A curry tyrant? Never heard of that before. You see, a normally mild-mannered teacher, for some unfathomable reasons, a stickler for curry. Oh, passionately so.
Yeah. It's said that every year she goes on a journey to India to research mythical curry. This is just a rumor, but it seems that she eats curry rice three meals a day, and if she occasionally has something else, it always has to be curry-flavored.
That's not unyielding, that's unnatural. Is she part of an evil cult or something? Besides, doesn't curry top the list when it comes to junk food? Curry 3 times a day is just weird nutritionally speaking, and... Dunk, dunk, dunk. Embedded into the table right by my fingertips, a chef's knife, ladle, and spatula hummed gently as they still quivered. The teacher, while still mixing her own pot, was looking this way, smiling. Kei-chan, shh! If you say any more, you'll be sleeping with the fishes. Saying even a little bit more would make my situation a lot more dire. Yeah, just be serious and make your curry properly and everything's good, alright? I don't think it's going to be that easy today.
Look, Mi-chan is...
It's written all over her face. If the playing field's even, and we're being judged, there's no way this won't turn into a competition. Looks like we're all on the same page. It's a cooking contest! I knew it. There's no way Mion would leave such an enticing event alone.
How shall we determine the victor? By how the teacher judges it?
As if saying, but wait, there's more. The teacher reappeared with the principal in tow. The purpose of today's event is to show appreciation for the people at the forestry service, so they'll be judging the results with me. Yep, your teacher and I, as well as 5 people from the forestry service, will be judging your cooking. Good luck to everyone. Even the principal? Looking around, it seemed like the interests of everybody in the class had been piqued. So that's what's happening. This isn't going to be just some casual curry cook-off.
Rena's good at making curry. I'm not going to lose today. My grade is cooking in a group, so I'm cooking together with Rika.
That's unfair! I'm pretty sure that Rika's good at cooking.
That curry is so tasty it'll send shivers down your spine.
What about Mion? She doesn't seem like she's too good at cooking. Her type has always been bad at this kind of thing. But Mion continued to look unconcerned. I'll tell you what Kei-chan's thinking right now. Mion's definitely bad at cooking. Am I right? I don't like the way she said that. It couldn't be. Mion couldn't possibly. At that moment, the teacher's whistle sounded. All right, everybody. Are you ready? Be very careful with the knives. Start! That call to arms had sounded. We had to use an outdoor kit to cook the rice, but it wasn't that difficult for a camping veteran like me. Put the rice into the canister, push your palm to the bottom, and fill with water to just above the wrist.
Are you alright with only that much water? If you don't put more in, it could be bad.
You filthy liar. If I put in any more, I'll just be left with some half-cooked porridge. Satoko, if that's meant to be a trick, it won't work. I'm used to cooking rice with these utensils. First it starts to bubble, then the steam starts to puff. And don't take off the lid no matter what.
Keiichi-kun, you're amazing. This is a little unexpected. Did you learn this at summer camp?
My dad really likes to go camping, see? Whenever summer comes around, our family goes a lot. So this means everybody's good at cooking the rice. In other words, the critical part of this challenge will be the curry.
Curry's Rika's specialty. We'll cream you all.
You lost me at Rika's. Why don't you help with the cooking too?
Maybe Satoko-chan is helping the most by doing nothing at all. The ends justify the means. I just have to win.
That was a pretty malicious comment for Rena. And Satoko took it hook, line, and sinker. Rena could only apologize between fits of laughter while Satoko chased her around. Well now, should we move on to the curry? For now, the battle truly begins. After rinsing off the carrots, potatoes, and other standard vegetables, I grasped the knife.
What will today's curry taste like?
As Rena hummed along, her well-practiced hands wielded her knife. The rhythmical sound of the knife hitting the cutting board harkened to kind images of days long past. Simply put, it was perfect. It was so calm and practiced. I seriously don't stand a chance. I looked over at Satoko and Rika-chan. Satoko was in charge of washing the vegetables, while Rika-chan was in charge of peeling them. That's what I heard being discussed, but Rika-chan's knife skills are something else as well. She was happily rotating the potato and peeling it quite quickly. On top of that, the peel spanned the entire potato. What was that called again? Katsuramuki? I've heard that peeling a vegetable in one loop around like that's a highly regarded technique. She picked up the peel from the sink and carved a pair of eyes into it with her knife.
It's a snake. Roar.
Saying that, she placed the longly peeled potato skin on top of her head, on top of the head of a boy from her group. She wasn't even breaking a sweat. When it comes to Rika-chan and cooking, I couldn't even hold a candle to her. But roar? Do snakes make that sound? Alright then, how's Mion doing? She's definitely just fumbling along. There's no way she can peel a potato so effortlessly like that. Absolutely no way. This can't be! You've got to be kidding me! This is a trick! She's using special effects! Where's the wire? She's definitely using a wire! Here, take a look-see. As if she had already won, Mion proudly showed me the elongated potato skin.
You didn't know, Keiichi? Mi was taught how to cook by her grandma. Not just cooking. From sewing to flower arrangement to playing the koto, from marksmanship to radio operation, even helicopter piloting is but one of the myriad things she can do.
Strangely enough, the latter items were more realistic. It was the first few items on that list that seemed like a lie.
She's actually really good at cooking. It's just such a hassle that she never does it, though.
Damn it! I'm also really good at cooking, especially Chinese food.
Keiichi, boiling something and pouring it into a bowl doesn't count as cooking.
Shot down before I could even say it.
Too bad for you. Today Keiichi-san shall be assuredly languishing in defeat all alone.
Clank. Tough words from somebody who can't even cook by herself.
Rika!
There. I'll destroy Keiichi for you.
This does not look good. Everybody's smirking at me. Don't raise the white flag yet, Keiichi Maebara. Don't throw away this match. Calm down and think. Not about how to peel those potatoes well, but about how to win this challenge. There's too many people watching. I'm going to work at another sink. Saying only that, I gathered up all the vegetables and left that spot behind.
Well, Cage couldn't be alright. I'm worried he might cut himself with his knife.
Let's see what Kei-chan's doing. No matter how hard I try peeling these, if I slip up at this speed, I'll lop my fingers right off.
Then, there's only one thing left to do! Tomita-kun! Okamura-kun! Oh, you guys were in a group of 4, huh? It was the 2 underclassmen that had become my sworn brothers ever since the event at that toy store last Sunday, rather. They had been, it's Sunday, or as I like to call it, Saturday. They had been paired with 2 girls from their group.
Yep, both the girls are pretty good at cooking. So both of us can just mess around and we'll be okay.
Both of them pointed to the girls. They're not as good as Rena, but they were both good enough at handling a knife. I'll get straight to the point. At this rate, I'm gonna lose this contest. Give me the vegetables your group has peeled already.
Maimura-san, that's pretty much theft. But depending on what's in it for us. In other words, it depends on the terms of the negotiation.
Quite bold of you guys. Well, that's to be expected. Then let's do this. If I win, I'll let you eat the curry that Satoko and Rika-chan's group makes. How about that?
I don't know about that.
Both of them were hesitant after such a weighty proposal. Just one more little push seems in order. Very well then, let's make them an offer they can't refuse. I pulled both of them close by the shoulders and made my offer in a hushed tone. Oh my god, there's a plane coming by. They're gonna snipe me. Of course, that includes the part that Satoko and Rika-chan have already eaten some of. I'll even throw in the spoons.
Dude, gross.
A red mist spouted vigorously from the noses of the 2 underclassmen.
Keiichi-san is also pretty good at this. Those are some very nice potatoes.
Having brilliantly cleared the vegetable peeling challenge, I returned to my comrades in triumph.
I guess it's just like, they're like, oh, it's an indirect kiss, or something like that, I don't know.
Well, amazing, amazing! Keiichi-kun's peeling is really good.
That's not quite right. What Kei-chan has bared isn't a potato, but his fangs.
Yeah, I'm super serious about this. I'll crush you all! Having finished with preparing the vegetables, next is to boil a pot of water, then add the vegetables in order of which takes longest to cook.
Oh! Sayara must have... That is not the joke that I was making! I meant that there was an actual plane flying by my house! Oh my god. Ah.
I learned this part from my mother when we went camping, but just cooking in order, it probably won't garner a lot of points. Look over at Rena. She had a variety of vegetables cooking together in a delicate balance. She wasn't being ambitious or calculating a way to win the game. She was making delicious food with a mother's touch. I have a feeling that I could somehow compete with Mion in terms of technique, but I would be no match for Rena. She was way out of my league.
When my mother makes curry, you see, she always uses a lot of ingredients. And that's why Rena's curry uses a lot of ingredients as well. I really wanted to take all night and stew it nice and slow, Ho.
I beg of you, will you please just help a little with my curry?
No! And this is one of our club activities. Rena won't lose.
When she enters club mode, even the normally kind Rena becomes an enemy. Looks like Rika-chan's cooking apples as well. She's like a pro at this. How about Mion? What? Mion, you... What the heck is that? Where did you get your meat from? Where did you get meat from?
I predicted what we would be doing today by looking at the schedule, so I prepared accordingly. My curry's gonna be marvelous.
Upon closer inspection, it looks like Mion brought her own vegetables and spices and other ingredients. They were spread all over the place. Mion, just for today, you brought all this stuff from your house? Objection! Chie-sensei, there's no way that this is allowed, is it?
Objection overruled. As long as it makes for delicious curry, anything goes.
For that normally serious teacher to go so far as to append a star to the end of her sentence. Just as the rumor said, she's a through and through curry freak.
Rena and Rika-chan are naturally gifted chefs.
I've come with thorough preparations. And, Kei-chan, what about you? It's hopeless. In the grand scheme of cooking, peeling the vegetables is only a small part of it. The hurdles I must overcome are just too numerous and too high! Maibara-san! Maibara-san, over here! Turning around, I saw the voices calling to me belonged to the two underclassmen from earlier, Tomito-kun and Okamura-kun. What's up, you guys? What's up with that pot? Is that from your group?
Switch this with your pot before someone notices. I think that the curry the girls from our group made, at the very least, is better than what you could make.
You guys, for me? Don't get the wrong idea. If you don't win, then that is... Oh, that's right. If I don't win, then the talk of eating Satoko and Rika-chan's curry goes right out the window. It seems like you guys are getting riled up about this too. Sorry, I'm in your debt! But I'm surprised the girls in your group agreed to this. Maibara-san, we're also serious about this. Filling in on day duty 3 times. These guys, to assure me victory, have paid the price. That gaze filled with burning conviction from my underclassmen. Yeah, I'm not fighting this alone. I'm fighting this with everyone. Leave it to me. Save some room, boys. I'll definitely let you eat your fill.
We shall be eagerly awaiting your victory!
It's a gas stove, so controlling the heat's easy. All that's left is to let it stew a bit. The delicious smell of curry began wafting upwards. The pot gifted to me by those two underclassmen certainly drew some double takes. Rena even looked surprised when she came to take a look, so it must be pretty good. Kei-chan, you're pretty good. It looks like this'll be a good match right to the bitter end.
Rena wants to eat Keiichi-kun's curry. Curry!
Rena's curry and Mion's curry too. Everybody is a worthy opponent. I've done my very best, but I'm not sure of the outcome.
Keiichi-san, Rika's calling you. Go see what she wants.
What? Rika-chan's calling me? What could it be? Well, whatever. While I'm at it, I can gather some intelligence on the enemy. Rika-chan was doodling on the ground in front of the pot, because all that's left is to let it stew. Even then, it's good to know that she doesn't leave the stove unattended. Hey, Rika-chan, how's yours doing?
It's Mr. Curry.
Rika-chan was doodling something strange and introduced it as Mr. Curry.
Mr. Curry's amazing. He shoots beams from his eyes. Pew, pew.
Apparently, Mr. Curry shoots beams from his eyes. Drawing a beam with a stick, she etched a line towards my feet. Does this mean I've been shot with a laser? Whoa! Barrier! Beam reflect! I took another stick in my hand and reflected the beam, striking Mr. Curry.
Mr. Curry can shoot missiles from his stomach.
Ah! Maibara super electromagnetic barrier! And retaliatory beam!
Mr. Curry absorbs the beam energy and fires his impulse wave cannon.
Rika-chan and I scratched at the ground, thoroughly engrossed in our doodle war. Wait a moment. Hey, Rika-chan, you called me here for a reason, right?
Yes, I called you, but I've already fulfilled my purpose.
At that moment, a chill ran up my spine. Already fulfilled? Her purpose? They got me! Alright, Baki Game with the $2. By the way, Mr. Curry solos every verse. He's tier 0. Headed back to my pot. Standing there, just as I feared, was Satoko. With no questions asked, I drop-kicked the back of her head. Get out of my way, small child!
What do you think you're doing? You know better than to do that to a lady's head.
Who cares about that? Satoko, did you mix in something with my curry?
How impertinent. I haven't fallen that far. Despite what you may think, I'm a fair person, you know.
And what's this incomprehensible line of ladles and plates? Leaving them all in these unstable positions. If they fall over, what will you do? At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, knocking over a ladle that was stood up on its end. This ladle, like a domino, fell over and knocked over the next cooking utensil in a row. Whap, 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 whap. Clank, clank. Thud, thud. This is art. Come to think of it, Domino World Record Challenges were quite the rage on television a while back.
Why is the chat frozen? Just reset it, maybe? There we go. That was weird. Anyway.
Kei-chan! The frying pan! I didn't even have time to react. The chain reaction knocked over a cutting board, then a frying pan. The next after that was my pot. The fry pan struck my pot full force, tipping it over. The contents cruelly spilled out, and now my masterpiece was being sampled by the schoolyard. I stared, dumbfounded. It was such a beautiful and elaborate mousetrap that for a moment I lost touch with reality.
Oh my, this is a catastrophe. I didn't do anything, you hear me? Oh!
At the very last moment, I had let my guard down. I ignored the culinary incompetent Satoko for far too long. Even if she couldn't cook, Satoko still had this method of fighting back. Just then, Rena, who had been sampling her own pot, let out a scream.
What? Rena's curry is salty? Salty?
Was Rena also sabotaged? Then what about Mion? My rice is salty! I've been had!
With this, all the obstacles in my way have been taken care of before the fight even begins. All that effort wasted. So sad, so sad. So very, very sad.
Rika-chan and Satoko rubbed my dumbfounded head to their heart's content. Pushing the desks together, it was about time for the meals to be judged. The delicious odor of curry spread throughout the schoolyard. The members of the forestry service, to whom we owed gratitude for their daily work, were guided to their seats. The principal gave a bit of a ceremonial introduction. Next, the teacher expressed her gratitude for them to judge the curry contest. The men from the forestry service seemed to like that kind of thing, and gave their enthusiastic approval.
Well then, is everybody finished? We'll now have all the judges sample your cooking.
Everybody in the class brought up their painstakingly made curry and arranged them on the desk. The only club members who managed a decent result were Rika-chan's group. Knowing full well it was a failure, Rena plated her curry for the judges. She already knew she was going to get a low score. But at least she was still able to serve hers. Both Mion's and my curry were completely obliterated, so we couldn't even line them up on the table. The judges started from the curry made by the lower grades. They had a lively discussion, praising the food. Finally, it was our curry's turn. Next is Ryugu-kun's curry. Yes, this looks quite appetizing. The principal cheerfully shoveled a spoonful of Rena's salty curry into his mouth. Of course, his expression immediately changed.
Oh my! What happened, Ryugu-san? It seemed so delicious when you were cooking it.
Chie-sensei must have had some expectations, judging from her disappointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have added a bag of salt by accident.
The rest of the judges grimaced after they each had a bite. I feel sorry for them. Failure is but the seasoning for success. I'm looking forward to next time. Do your best. Saying that, the principal devoured the rest of the oversalted curry in one go. Truly a man amongst men. Rena was down and out. Her offensive capabilities were something else, but she was defeated due to her weak defense.
Well then, please savor our curry next.
I see that Furude-san's group put a lot of effort into their curry. Let's see here. It's simple, but very nicely done.
There was also the incident with Rena's salted curry right before this, so the judge's assessment was extraordinarily high. Maybe not just extraordinary, but perhaps today's forerunner? The judges began a heated debate. One of those judges let out a sigh as he removed a chunk of carrot with his spoon. Yeah, this kid's curry really isn't half bad. But I don't like carrots, you see. Personally, I think the carrots are a staple of curry, but I guess to each their own. However, seeing that, Rika-chan read the nameplate on the chest of his coveralls and began to speak.
That's no good, Kyoshi. You have to eat your carrots.
What is she saying all of a sudden? Everybody turned to Rika-chan with a stunned look. But what Rika-chan just did was super effective. The carrot-hating judge began stuffing his face with curry while tears streamed down his face.
Kyoshi, there's seconds if you want them.
Mommy!
While crying like that, he continued to shovel curry into his mouth. That's right, Rika-chan's curry was by no means simple. No, that curry had the taste of a mother's cooking! With the carrot-hating judge out of the picture, Rika-chan's assessment was unanimous.
Oh, nobody can stand up to Rika's curry.
Satoko let out a shrill laugh as she declared victory, but at that moment...
Don't be fooled, my esteemed judges! Don't be deceived into thinking that this meager slop is the taste only a mother can provide. What you people actually wanted to eat was this kind of curry, wasn't it?
Oh! All of a sudden, in all of its perfect glory, Mion's curry. Not only the judges, but the teacher, the underclassmen, and of course myself, could only gasp in admiration. Hamburg steak with demi-glace sauce and a fresh salad. It's a set! You wouldn't be stretching it to say that this was a full-course meal. It's perfect. Perfectly made.
Amazing! Amazing! Michan, you're amazing! Michan, you're amazing!
Satoko was also shocked. Even Rika-chan couldn't hide her surprise. It seems the victor was decided without even needing a taste. Of course, the hamburger was hand-kneaded. The salad also had a home-style dressing, but of professional quality. And the curry, not even a micron of grit.
This is sublime. Truly a taste to savor, Sonozaki-san. This curry is no doubt a living testimony to 6,000 years of Indian knowledge and beautiful harmony with Japanese cuisine. I'm elated. This deserves full marks. I'm giving it 100 points.
Ah, you're welcome. I'm just trying to set an example as class representative. Mion bowed politely, and then winked at us with a smirk on her face.
I admit defeat.
There's no way that this is happening! I'm certain I sabotaged that pot of rice!
That's right. Satoko had dumped salt into Mion's rice cooker, which should have ruined it. At that moment, it hit me. I spun back towards my own canister. That's why! At some point, my cooking canister had been opened, its contents completely emptied. Damn you, Mion! You used my rice! That's no fair! Hand over half of your curry! Mion clucked her tongue and waved her finger at me as a smirk washed over her face.
Whoa there, Kei-chan. You're not taking this seriously enough. You gave up at the last moment. I didn't. That's the difference between us. As soon as you give up, it's all over.
I couldn't even properly voice my shame.
Michan, I feel sorry for Keiichi-kun. Just give him at least a little.
It's fine, it's fine. This is a lesson. Kei-chan just learned that you shouldn't give up on the contest till it's all over. Right?
It loads me to say it. Mion is right. To give up so quickly on the match was my own folly. For Mion to have brought that to my attention, I should actually be thankful to her. Well then, did that mean that even in this situation I shouldn't give up? My curry was overturned while it was still in the pot, and I don't even have any rice left. How in the blazes am I not supposed to lose hope in this situation?
Maibara-san.
Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun suddenly appeared. Damn it! Even though my protégés had tried so hard, I wasn't able to meet their expectations.
It was an accident. There was nothing you could do.
Both of them were dejected. They couldn't accept defeat so easily. I was their senior. What would I be if I didn't pick up the broken pieces of the dream I had shown them? I just learned it from Mion just now, didn't I? Don't throw away the contest. Not until the last moment. Think, Keiichi Maibara. Think! Not about how to make more curry, but about how to win the match. Ah! I had an idea. I didn't think it could turn the tables, but it was better than nothing. Tomita-kun, come and wash your hands. Help me out. Okamura-kun, there's something I want you to find.
Okay, gotcha!
Both of them dispersed after receiving these instructions.
Oh? How's Kei-chan going to flounder about at the end? Why don't you show me?
Nobody likes a stubborn fool, you know.
Shut up! Just sit there and watch the last card I have to play. First off, Mion, I'll be taking some of your rice. I won't let you say no.
I don't really care. It's salty after all.
It's okay if... Oh, wait.
It's okay if Rena helps too, right? Keiichi-kun's in trouble right now.
Hearing you say that's very reassuring. Well then, Rena, go make some tea.
Oh, he doesn't trust me.
Next, Satoko. Also, Rika-chan. I challenge you to a side bet.
What did you say?
We'll listen to your request.
This was my duty to my two protégés who shed blood, sweat, and tears for my sake. Satoko, Rika-chan, if I receive a perfect score, I'll be taking your curry. Nothing for you to eat!
You need to know when to stop joking around. I'll be giving a big no to that.
No, it's all right, Satoko. Take him up on it.
Firmly patting the top of Satoko's head, Mion said those words with all the gravitas of a club president.
You handicapped him this much, didn't you? There's no way he can make up for that. So meet him, head on. No matter how hard he struggles, he's not gonna make a comeback. Right?
That may be true, but...
I don't mind. Keiichi, go for it. Yay! The judges, seemingly growing tired of sampling the various curries, were debating each entry. From what little I overheard, it seemed that Mion's impending victory was not in question.
By the way, what happened to my Burakun's curry? I still haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, the pot with my curry in it fell over. Is that so? That's a real shame. I may have lost my curry, but that doesn't mean I've lost this contest. I'll have everybody singing my praises. My combative posturing had drawn the attention of all the judges. First of all, just be quiet and eat these, please. I'll listen to your complaints after that. This is my cooking!
My Burakun, that's...
Onigiri, huh? The judges smiled wryly at the simple fare that was quite in contrast to the preceding bravado. Rena poured tea into the cup she had brought over from the break room.
He's making a mockery of this. There, look! There's not even any filling. It's nothing more than salted onigiri. This isn't even worthy of being called a contest anymore.
It's true. The amount of salt might be a little much, but
Rena's expression told me that she had thought this was a great idea, but it might still not be enough to win the match.
Maibara-san, is this really enough to make a comeback?
Gentlemen, you did well. It's all right. Just watch. The judges were chewing with their mouths full and sipping at the tea. Nobody was singing praises or awestruck. They were just quietly chowing down.
It seems that Kei-chan has learned how to use some rather underhanded tricks. This might be difficult.
Yeah, that's right. Rena understands that now, too. What do you mean? Why is everybody just quietly eating that much? You see, Satoko-chan, that's because the judges are actually...
tired of eating curry. Because they were judges, they had to sample each and every offering. And because they were from small children, because they were made to show their appreciation, they couldn't eat just a little bit of each. Sometimes a man values the amount more than the taste. At those times, rather than rich, mind-blowing flavor, they crave simplicity. They couldn't say it out loud, but this was the tastiest thing they'd had today. I confirmed that by looking at their eyes as the judges smiled wryly. I'll praise your efforts, but today's contest was about curry. I'm not sure we can give a score to this. The teacher and the principal had folded their arms while they pondered the situation. My underlings, seeing that, saw the small glimmer of hope fade away and grew dejected. Was this little surprise just not enough?
Don't give up, Kei-chan.
Mion whispered quietly. That's right. If I didn't push here... No. I'll have you give it a score. If you think that curry and onigiri are really that different, you're sorely mistaken.
Huh? Maibara-kun, what are you saying? How are they the same?
The principal stopped the teacher. It looked like he was giving me one final chance. The judges, having eaten their fill, quietly waited for my statement. In its homeland of India, curry is usually eaten with a type of bread called naan, isn't it? Therefore, you could say that this cuisine we call curry rice is something that we've adopted and modified. Just as the teacher said at the beginning, it's a fusion of Indian and Japanese cuisine.
I know what you're trying to say, Maibara-kun, but what does that have to do with onigiri?
It's actually very simple. Both curry and onigiri are things made to let you enjoy eating rice. Rice was introduced to Japan from ancient China. Our agricultural forebears watered the fields, fighting the elements, disease, and pests to grow and raise our rice-centric culture. Yes, the Japanese people have formulated a plethora of dishes, but those were nothing more than attempts to find ways to enjoy eating rice. In other words, curry and onigiri are both the results of rice culture! It was scattered at first, but slowly grew into a steady roar. It was a thunderous applause that praised me.
Enough with that nonsense already. I won't accept this. The teachers are only judging curry, you know. This is out of the question. It obviously deserves 0 points.
Miss, Kei-kun did his best. Could you please acknowledge that?
Today's class was supposed to be about curry. What should we do?
Mion, stifling her laughter, stepped forward.
There's a story about how when Michelin 3-star chef from France came to Japan, the people from the hotel he was staying at had a whole bunch of ingredients imported from France. But the chef didn't even give them a second glance.
I wonder why that was. They were ingredients from his homeland.
The chef went to the local fish market and made a dish from fresh fish caught in Japan. The culture of food isn't bound by predetermined rules. It's culture. If you come to Japan, you meld with Japanese culture and make something new. That's how curry and onigiri are the same.
Mion. She was providing fire support. I had to be grateful. The judges were somehow moved by this complicated yet baseless trivia. A stern look washed over the teacher's face as she refolded her arms.
Maibara-kun, your pot of curry was flipped over, wasn't it? Even though I said at the beginning to be careful.
I'm sorry.
But, as Maibara-kun and Sonozaki-san said, there are no boundaries in cuisine. If it's something that can amaze people, then it's not something that should be discriminated against just because of the form.
Then?
For spilling your pot, minus 20 points. But just for today, for not giving up and doing your best, plus 20 points. I'll give you 100 points. Maibara-san! We did it!
My underclassmen leapt up at me. A perfect score! We did it! We did it! The curry was spilt and our rice was taken, but we made a comeback! In the end, Rika-chan's curry also received full marks, so everybody but Rena had a perfect score. Since this contest was outside the scope of regular club activities, there wasn't any particular penalty game. Rena breathed a sigh of relief. Now then, as promised, Satoko, Rika-chan, I'll be taking your curry.
But that means we won't have any lunch. Ugh.
Satoko stomped angrily at the ground in frustration, but the price of defeat was absolute. Is what I wanted to say, but I'll show you some mercy. You can eat half.
Thank you, Katie.
My two protégés peered over from the sidelines, tears of joy streaming from their faces. We exchanged glances that would only be understood once met. Jesus.
We did it, Maibara-san!
This is all thanks to you. We flashed each other a thumbs up. Now, I just have to give these to my pupils. I've gotten pretty hungry myself. Guess I'll have one of my onigiri. Wait, huh? There was no trace of my onigiri. The ones I had set aside for myself included. As I peered around searching for them, the principal clapped a hand on my shoulder. When I was listening to that speech you gave, the rice I was chewing grew even more delicious. Could it be that you also ate my share? The principal simply laughed without answering. Seriously? My eyes half brimming with tears and my stomach rumbling, I was called over by the teacher.
Maibara-kun, because of the circumstances, I had to give you a perfect score, but you understand, right?
Huh? I understand what? There was an odd glint in the teacher's eyes. If I had to describe it, it was curry-colored. Like a pot of stewing curry, her eyes whirled around in a spiral. A chill washed over me. The teacher clutched me by the shoulders and drew me in closer until our noses were almost touching.
Curry is this world's most respected and sacred of dishes. I will absolutely not allow it to be put in the same category as onigiri. You hear me? Curry was created in ancient India, one of the 4 great river valley civilizations, and was raved about during the reign of King Ashoka in cups for the birth of the Shakya, the International Food Expo, Michelin, twirly, even the Eiffel Tower was pickled in simmering curry, turmeric, whether you were asleep or awake, curry, 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 curry.
Hey, Keiichi-san.
Heartwolf with the $2. Chie-sensei! Yay!
What are you stumbling about for? Cleaning up is a part of cooking too. Keiichi-kun, your eyes are all curried. What is that? Why is that? Why?
Curry, curry, curry.
Yikes, she got him, huh? It's okay. We'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Probably.
It wasn't that long before hunger brought me back to my senses. Where was I? Oh my god, the curry dimension.
Bailey with the $2. Curry, 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 curry. And Archiver of Worlds with the $5. Persona 4 and Higurashi both have women named Chie who are perfectly normal about curry. Arahabaki Gaming with the $5. I'm brave enough to say I want to shove those dweebs Tomita and Okamura into lockers. They look so punchable. Damn.
In the end, all of the onigiri was eaten by the principal, so I had to make do without lunch. Skipping lunch,
I never knew the afternoon could be so long and painful. A feeling other than drowsiness made me space out.
Are you alright, Keich-kun? That's why I said you shouldn't eat Rena's curry.
As if I could eat this curry with enough salt in it to make my blood pressure rise just by looking at it, is what I said as I initially refused. I could only regret it. The hunger, the stomach ache.
Well, you did a good job making it through. Your absolutely hopeless situation, that is. Kei-chan, you're pretty strong when you're cornered, huh?
I don't need any compliments right now. I need food.
There's something for you to eat at home, right?
I don't keep snacks lying around at home, and I'm out of cup noodles right now.
Since you're enduring that hunger so much right now, I'm sure tonight's dinners will be gonna be really tasty.
I had absolutely no intention of laughing along.
Well then, I'll take my leave. I have my part-time job again today. It's really rough when you're not used to the work.
Ah, that job at the Angel Mort family restaurant, huh? That uniform was somewhat stimulating. How? Being a waitress really is hard work.
Mi-chan's working as a waitress? Really? Really? What kind of place is it, Hal?
No, I'm right. I'm working at that toy store from the other day. She owns the waitress.
Ah, my bad. I completely forgot that's how it ended up being. I'm sorry. You guys look so similar, I mixed you up.
Keich-kun, who is Shion?
Rena asked the obvious question.
Mion's younger twin sister.
She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion.
That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality.
I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects.
Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Kei-chan!
Rena interjected as her eyes darted back and forth from our exchange.
Is that true? Rena's never met her. Mi-chan, did you ever tell me that you had a younger sister?
Shion's existence was already being exposed as a cover-up. I couldn't help Mion out here. I could only have her end this charade.
Oh, yeah. I still haven't introduced her to you, Rena. My younger sister's name is Shion.
I don't know. I've never heard of her. I never met her when I went to Mi-chan's house.
Yeah, that. You know, I'm the only one that lives with Granny. Shion lives at the family home in Okonomiya. We're not that close, so yeah, she doesn't come here too often.
Rena's face indicated she wasn't sure if she was convinced. She was usually a bit of an airhead, but she was unusually sharp when it came to these kinds of things.
Well, it's not a lie. Please believe me.
As she said, "Yeah, I believe you," a smile suddenly blossomed on Rena's face.
Jordan Star with the $2. Where does Shion rank on your character list?
Yeah, I can't really get into the reasons why right now, but Shion is pretty high up the list.
Like, probably, like, literally an S tier characters for me.
Rena wants to meet her. I'll go and see her sometime. What store is she working at? What store?
That is...
She's getting more tangled in her little web. I could tell that Mion was getting increasingly frantic. I wanted to help her out, but it was hard for an outsider to butt in on family issues.
Sorry. I have to get to work. Later. Rena, Kei-chan. See you tomorrow.
Unilaterally ending the conversation, Mion headed home. No matter how you looked at it, she was running away. We'll just label this one as an emergency escape.
Mi-chan was kinda cute. I wonder why.
Rena giggled in amusement. I wonder when dinner is. Would laying down be the best way to conserve energy? I sprawled in the entryway without even taking off my shoes.
You guys are just getting way further away from the spelling of Shion now, aren't you?
As I was losing the last vestiges of my consciousness, the doorbell rang. It seemed I had a guest. Come on in. It's open. I directed my listless voice at the door.
Good afternoon. Huh? Kei-chan, what are you doing?
It seemed my guest was Mion, or rather Shion. She seemed shocked when she saw me sprawled out in the entryway. Is that Shion? Wait, why? I thought that Shion's existence was an illusion that was limited to when Mion was at that restaurant. That's why I never even considered that Shion would appear here.
I heard from my sister. Because of club activities today, you weren't able to eat lunch, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of trouble. Satoko spilled my pot and you stole my rice.
But, I'm Shion.
She grew red and began to mope. That's right, she was the younger twin right now. Sorry. What's up? Did you, bring something for me to eat?
Oh my. It's somehow disappointing that you hit the nail right on the head, but here.
With a disappointed smile, Shion held out the small bento box she had hidden behind her back. Huh? You really brought something to eat? Thanks.
There was still some of the ground beef left over from what my sister brought to school. I knew it was going to be right before dinner, but I wondered if you'd want it. Am I bothering you?
Not even a bit. I'm really happy. Can I really eat this? Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she had just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside. Is it really okay? There's not like a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right?
Jeez. I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. If you don't like it, then you don't have to force yourself. I'll just go home and eat it myself.
Saying that, she pouted cutely and made a motion as if to snatch the box back. There were some times that made me doubt if she was the same person as Mion, and this was undoubtedly one of those moments. I don't mind at all. I want to chow down on it with thanks from the bottom of my heart.
It's not something to be so thankful about that your nose has to run.
Hey guys, stop mentioning Umineko stuff. Stop talking about Umineko. Umineko doesn't exist here.
Shion, who had thought that I might not take the bento, looked down happily. There's not much, but do you want to come in? I can probably make some tea or something.
Sorry. Maybe some other time. I'm on my way to work.
Oh, that's right. Did she say that? She did say that before.
Just rinse the box out with water and give it back to my sister tomorrow, please.
Of course. It would only be the proper thing to do after being allowed to eat something that looks this delicious.
Well then, I'll take my leave. One last thing.
Shion grew red again as she looked down once more.
During that contest with the curry, my sister took your rice without permission, right? My sister fools around too much, so sometimes she gets carried away. She wasn't doing it just to be mean.
Hey. It's not like I mind that too much. There are no grudges when it comes to club activities, after all. In fact, I should be the one that's thankful for all the thrills and entertainment. Could you tell that to Mion for me?
Yeah. I think, my sister will be very happy to hear that. Well then, I have to go.
Shion smiled brightly. After bowing deeply, she left as she looked at her watch. I'm happy, but is this really okay? I looked at the bento box she left behind. A faint warmth spread through the palm of my hand. If it were Mion, I could see hot sauce, mustard, maybe even a needle being mixed inside. But really, I don't think she would go so far
as putting a needle in there.
I opened the box once again and hesitantly tasted a bit. I took a bite, and another. There was no funny business. There was no danger at all, for it was delicious. That's right. That was Shion, not Mion, so there shouldn't have been anything to worry about. I rushed back to my room, eating as I gave my thanks. It was so delicious that my stomach could cry. Shion. No, Mion. When she heard I was so hungry I could die, she brought this over to me. It was delicious to the last bite. By the way, nothing strange has been mixed in. I was a bit embarrassed of myself for being so skeptical.
He could cry like the Higurashi. Higurashi when I eat. Higurashi when I'm hungry. I don't know why that got me. Anyway, it was delicious.
Hey, Mion. Here. What is it, Kei-chan? I thrust the bento box she'd given me yesterday at her face. It's the bento box you gave me yesterday. Thank you. It was delicious. Mion's face quickly flushed bright red. Hey now, you were the one pretending to be Shion when you gave it to me. You're gonna give it away if you get all red like that when you're being Mion. At this rate, she might trip and fall right into her own grave, so I decided to help her out. Listen, I was pretty hungry yesterday. Out of the blue, Shion came all the way to my house and gave me some food in a bento box. This is that box. I made sure to wash it clean. Oh, right. Shion's really considerate, huh? That was so transparent. Was Mion always this terrible at lying? Her expression was different than usual, but it looked strangely cute. So, what'd you think? You two are like peas in a pod. You're twins, right? Obviously, you look the same. Not that, Mion looked kind of bewildered, like she was waiting for a specific answer. When she said impression, maybe she didn't mean Shion, but the bento. Oh, of course, it was delicious. Really? I never lie about liking food. If I say something's good, then it is objectively good. You can feel free to give my recommendations to every single person you meet. Tell Shion it was seriously great, alright? Okay. Tell Shion, right? I will. I think she'll be happy. We're going along with Shion having given it to me, not Mion, aren't we? Yet her laugh, it came from deep down, and it sounded really happy. I guess she really can laugh nicely enough that just looking at her makes me feel better. I guess she really can laugh nicely enough that just looking at her makes me feel better too. A sarcastic remark made its way onto my tongue, but I swallowed it back. As Mion went to put the bento box in her bag, she noticed a clattering noise. Kei-chan, there's something inside. Wow. She opened it? The thing inside was a little embarrassing, so I wish she hadn't opened it here. Panicking, I hid it with my hands. Well, this is my mother told me to put them in as a thanks. I didn't come up with it or anything. Don't get the wrong idea.
Gloomy Squids, thank you for becoming a channel member.
It's so pretty. Candy. There was a handful of candies, neatly wrapped in paper, inside the sparkly clean bento box. When I was cleaning the box out yesterday in the sink, Mom came over and interrogated me, and I fessed up as to who had given me the food. Then she told me that something like this called for a display of gratitude. I didn't want to because it was so embarrassing, so I argued that it wouldn't be like me to do that. Well, that's what happened. I was so embarrassed that it felt like fire might shoot out of my face. Mion laughing the whole thing off like she usually did would be fine, but for some reason she was staring at the candy in the box with fascination. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank my mom. She put them in there. Besides, you're not the one I need to be thanking, right, Mion? Those are for Shion, okay? Right. You're right. Okay. I'll be sure to tell Shion. I just know that she'll be happy. Mion, looking a little downtrodden, put the lid back on the box. Seemed like I ended up saying something a little mean at the end.
Michan, you look sort of cozy today. Did something happen? Did it? Perhaps she's caught a fever. The red in her face is probably due to the increased body temperature. Hey, Rika, why are you petting my head? Satoko, I'm sure you'll be able to catch fever soon enough.
Pet, pet. No, honestly, like, I don't think that this is, like, weird at all. Like, I think this is a really cute, like, way to explore their, like, a different side of their relationship. Because, like, Mion and Keiichi have such a, like, set up dynamic already of, like, oh, we tease each other and we roughhouse and, like, we, you know, get on each other's nerves or whatever. To, like, to do this whole thing where she's like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, sort of like approach this from this certain angle so that he can see my cute side, you know, and that, like, you know, and then Keiichi intentionally being like, you know, Oh, yeah, right. You know, like playing into the whole, like, it's sweet. I like it. I might have explained this before, but phys ed at our school is really just an exercise in disorder. After some random warm-ups, the rest of the time is spent doing whatever. You're free to cause a ruckus or just fall asleep. I'm not really sure, but doesn't the Board of Education have some sort of curriculum for this? Something like, when you're this old, you should have this amount of physical ability?
I have no idea what you're saying, Keiichi-san. It's rather difficult to understand. Well, you see, it's something like a rule for teachers to follow during class.
Maybe you weakling city folk need something like that. But do you really think us country-raised kids would lag behind in physical ability?
We're better athletes than you would think, Keiichi.
Come to think of it, they might be right. If we all lined up for a race, there was a good chance I'd finish dead last if I didn't start off well. Let's just pray that when a brutal penalty game is at stake, the 100-meter dash isn't a club activity. On that note, I watch too much television, so I am fantastically tired. I'll be using this time to catch up on my sleep. It's fourth period and I'm completely starved. If I don't sleep now, when will I ever? As I began to sprawl out on top of a pipe, Mion grabbed me by the collar.
Do you really think I'd let you sleep in peace and quiet?
With that look on your face, it'd require more courage to try and take a nap than not. Good grief. Which means, is it gonna start again?
Now, just killing time with idle chit-chat until the bell rings is impossible for us hot-blooded youth, isn't it? Shall we start a club activity?
Just as I thought, it's come to this. What's today's game? Now that this is happening, taking a nap is impossible. Not just that, with this sleep-deprived head of mine, I'm as good as mincemeat. I have to get my brain into gear.
Rena thinks that we should decide on what today's penalty game should be before we start.
Rena knows what's up. I prepared something super special today.
She began to announce the cruel penalty game with a grand spinning flourish. But before she could do that,
I'm sorry. I have something that I wanted to do.
of all people, it was Rika-chan announcing her non-participation. Even rare events do eventually occur. Losing her timing, Mion spun like a top as she tumbled to the ground.
What? Huh? What's the matter? Are you not feeling well?
Oh, that's right. Mi-chan, she has to practice for the Watanagashi. That's right. It's this Sunday. Rika's in the middle of super serious training right now.
I've been working too hard lately, so my arms hurt.
I see. Well then, there's nothing to be done. There's no point in doing anything if we can't get everybody together. Today, let's just take it easy.
I'm very sorry, but I'll try my best.
Yeah, good luck. We'll be cheering you on.
When Mion announced that today's club activity was cancelled, Rika-chan and Satoko headed off behind the school building. Only I was left alone, completely clueless as to what everybody else was talking about. What was that about? Is Rika-chan training for a competition or something?
Rika-chan's a shrine maiden for the Watanagashi, so she has to perform a ritual dance. It's practice for that.
Why don't you explain things in order? First of all, what is this Watanagashi? Next, what do you mean by shrine maiden? Last, what do you mean by ritual dance?
Huh? Didn't you get the notice at your house, Kei-chan? Wasn't it written there? The Watanagashi Festival's this Sunday.
Huh? Come to think of it, I have a feeling Mom did say something about it during dinner the other day.
The Watanagashi Festival is a festival that happens at the shrine on a Sunday every June. It's very lively.
I see. But Watanagashi sounds like a pretty strange name for it. Is it something like the Lantern Festival, where they have a memorial for the dead by floating things down the river?
Oh, I figured you might guess right, Kei-chan. The Watanagashi, or Cotton Drift, Festival is, as the name implies, where we set cotton adrift down the river.
The cotton you see is from futons or jackets, so it'd be something like a futon memorial. They also pile futons up on the altar.
I've heard of people leaving offerings or things like needles or kitchen knives to their ancestors or to casualties of war, but an offering of futons is a first for me. What's the history behind that? Mion tilted her head pensively.
I don't think there's a complicated backstory to it. The winters around here are pretty harsh, so things like warm futons and coats to ward off the cold are fairly important, I guess.
Ah, I see.
In other words, it's something like giving thanks to the futons that took care of you during the winter then. Then the Shrine Maiden holds a memorial service for them and sets them adrift. That's what the Watanagashi is? Mion and Rena indicated that I had the correct answer with a round of applause.
And you see, the Shrine Maiden performing the memorial is Rika-chan.
Oh? So Rika-chan's a Shrine Maiden. Now that you mention it, Rika-chan does have a mystical air about her.
Right? Rika-chan is in a Shrine Maiden outfit. How? So cute!
It certainly does seem like it would suit her. Yeah, it might be cute. I finally get what you're saying. Rika-chan's training is for her performance as a Shrine Maiden then.
That would be it. The Shrine Maiden has to purify a number of futons as part of the ceremony. It's practice for that. It's a lot of hard work.
The Shrine Maiden has to carry a large ceremonial hoe as part of the rite, and it's really heavy for Rika-chan.
Well, Rika-chan is pretty small. Exactly how heavy is that hoe?
It's pretty heavy. Enough that Rika-chan's been practicing with the mochi mallet.
Wait a minute. That's way too heavy. Forget about Rika-chan, that'd be rough for even me.
It's a sacred ceremonial hoe. If she dropped it by accident, it would be big trouble.
Well, it's a once-a-year kind of deal. All we can do is cheer from the sidelines. It'll be okay. She pulled it off last year.
Really? Then the least I can do is cheer her on. Even something that little would help, right? I was rather curious about how exactly she practiced. Mion laughed as she shook her head.
Leave her alone. If you go, Rika-chan will get all cute and won't be able to practice.
I didn't quite understand what Mion was saying.
You see, Rika-chan doesn't like showing people how hard she works. Okay? Just leave her be.
Even the always cool and aloof Rika-chan has times where she sweats giving it her all. Because she was always so well put together, she didn't want people to see an ungainly side of her. It's not like I couldn't understand that feeling. All I can do is pray for her success, huh? Do your best, Rika Furude. I'm cheering for you. Well then, I climbed up onto the pipe and plopped down on my side. Hooray! Hooray! Rika-chan! In order to transmit more of my psychic waves of encouragement, I'll be entering a meditative state now.
So you're just going to sleep after all?
The lackadaisical noontime ended up giving way to mind-numbing afternoon classes. Rebounding from yesterday's hunger, I ate too much for lunch today, leaving me in a horrible condition. Ugh, I might have gorged myself a bit too much. I'll have to endure afternoon classes.
Kage-kun, you had an amazing appetite today.
Basically, you always eat like a pig, but today was a whole different level.
Yesterday I skipped lunch, right? That hunger just soaked right in. This time, no matter how much I ate, my hunger knew no bounds.
I get you. But really, Kei-chan, you always finish your lunch down to the last bite. Heck, even down to the last grain of rice.
With food, you show your appreciation for the person who made it by eating it, you know? If you leave any behind, it's rude to the person who put in all that effort. Hearing that, Mion's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, followed by a cool laugh.
Kei-chan, really? At first glance, you seem unruly and irresponsible, but you're actually pretty conscientious. Well-disciplined or something like that.
Yeah, Rena thinks so too. Kage-kun's a lot kinder than he looks.
Both of them were probably trying to compliment me, but I had a strange feeling I wasn't being complimented at all.
That's not true. I just wanted to say that there's a big gap between your appearance and your personality.
And I'm saying that's not a compliment.
Hey! Sonozaki-san, Maibara-kun, we're in the middle of class. How far did you get, Sonozaki-san? Bring your notes up here.
Startled, Mion vocalized a rather easy-to-understand utterance. She was so enthralled in the conversation, she had stopped working completely.
Doing alright. You haven't progressed at all. You're in the highest grade, so you have to shape up.
That Mion. It looks like she's getting lectured. Poor bastard.
Appearances can be deceiving, in other words. Actually, appearance might be the opposite of reality.
You say some interesting things. Responding to Rena's seemingly profound statement, I turned my gaze to where Satoko was happily studying together with Rika-chan. You saying that brat Satoko's actually really meek? If I went by what Rena literally said, then that would be the case. I could hardly imagine Satoko being meek and gentle like a girl in some fairy tale.
Satoko-chan's been rude lately, but just a while ago she was pretty different. She acted really spoiled in all ways. Yep. Keep this a secret from Satoko-chan, okay?
That's Satoko. Acting so cute? For Satoko to play coy, I think that would have to be some part of some calculated plot. Even if she was to hide behind someone, I wouldn't think it was because she was attached to them. But since it came up, I tried to imagine a gentle and coquettish Satoko. Hey, Satoko!
What is it, Onisama?
Satoko smiled cutely and walked towards me. By the way, for every 3 steps forward Satoko took, for some reason I took 3 steps away.
Onisama, why are you running away?
Sorry, Satoko. For you to approach me with an affectionate smile on your face, I just have to think it's some sort of trap.
That's so mean! Onisama, you meanie! Wah!
Sorry! I didn't intend to be so mean! The weeping Satoko came closer to me. I'm a sucker for tears. Click. Clank. Huh? A bear trap? My leg was being clamped down on by jagged metal teeth.
You fell for it! Now for the next part!
Satoko raised her right arm triumphantly, and traps began to trigger one after another. Suddenly, the wall sprang forward, throwing me 3 blocks away. And there I saw a giant metal ball covered in spikes hurtling towards me. On top of that, in the direction the ball would knock me was a giant guillotine.
I'm not really sure, but Keiichi-kun, you're not thinking of anything completely ludicrous right now, are you?
Not really. Not at all.
That's a lie. You've got the kind of look on your face that says, I'm gonna be crushed by a giant metal spike ball.
How could my expression convey that I was thinking like that? Sorry. Imagining a meek and gentle Satoko is impossible right now. I'll try again when I'm in better shape. Next, I looked over at Rika-chan, who was working diligently on some kanji drills. In contrast to Satoko, her default state was meek and gentle. If Rika-chan came at me saying, "Oni-sama," I'd hug her. Tightly. I could get used to that.
Keiichi-kun, you're drooling.
Sorry. Then how about Rika-chan? Are you saying that her appearance is deceiving as well? Saying that out loud, I felt a tinge of doubt. Was Rika-chan really all sweet? Despite her appearance, she really was quite sly. Sweetly, how do you put it, evading things deftly? I get the feeling that Rika-chan isn't only just sweet. Her appearance is definitely deceiving. I couldn't put exactly what I was imagining into words, but Rena managed to say what I wanted to. She turned to me with an impish look in her eyes, like she was saying, you shouldn't say something like that.
When Rika-chan grows up, I'm sure she'll become an incredibly devilish beauty with men wrapped all around her little finger. Don't you think that would be cool?
Rena said that lightheartedly, but I as a man couldn't laugh at that. The scary part about that was that I felt it could be true. Noticing my gaze, Rika-chan turned towards me and let loose with an angelic smile. Both Rena and I, feeling as though that was directed towards us personally, had our hearts skip a beat.
Oh, so cute!
Rena, your nose is bleeding. Appearances can be deceiving, huh? Well then, how about our dear leader Mion? I stared at her as she tried to weasel her way out of scolding by the teacher. By Rena's theory, that unrefined, calculating, conniving Mion also had a side of her that belied appearances. Then, what you're saying is that Mion, despite her appearance, is actually a good person?
Mi-chan is a good person.
Oh, well, that is true. But what I'm trying to say is...
Yep, I know what you're trying to say, Keiichi-kun.
Catching on that I was struggling to express my feelings as words, Rena smiled even more brightly. Know what?
Mi-chan's mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
That's right. Mion was more than aware that she was a girl, but it was exactly as Rena said. When Mion livened up the mood, it wasn't as though she felt like a guy or a girl specifically, but a friend of the same gender. If she were a guy, we'd probably be like 2 peas in a pod. Although that's the same way it is right now.
But you see, even that Mi-chan is actually really feminine.
Rena, how much did Mion pay you exactly?
And that's not true. Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know?
Rena began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
Mi-chan is the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a very cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
Rena's gaze focused off into the distance, beyond where Mion was. The Mion that I met at Angelmort was unimaginably different compared to the Mion that I normally knew. Flustered and hesitant from the unfamiliar job, it was a far cry from the brash and confident Mion. Even though she had to hurry to work, she went through all the trouble to bring me food when I was on the brink of starvation. And she did so not as Mion, but as Shion. What exactly was Shion to Mion? What kind of person was Mion exactly?
Kate-kun probably couldn't even begin to imagine. Begin to imagine.
As if to say it was our little secret, Rena held her finger up to her lips as she giggled. Mion, finally free from the teacher's preaching, returned to her seat, cradling her head to hide her embarrassment.
This old man, you see, thinks that grade school's enough for everything you need to study for in life.
Saying that, she plopped down into her seat violently. Mion was actually really feminine. Right. I wonder if I can meet Shion again. I wanted to talk to her again. Clang clang. The principal waved around the bell that served as the school chime. The teacher rushed back to the blackboard and began to list everybody's homework assignments.
Whoa, it looks like there's gonna be a lot of homework today. Gotta buckle down.
Well then, that means even Rena?
What do you mean?
Appearances can be deceiving. Would that apply to you too?
Kate-kun, how do you see me? How?
The Rena Ryugu that I knew sometimes took things too far, but was generally a kind and gentle, ideal girl.
Really? Really? Then that makes me happy, I guess.
If she was the opposite of what she seemed, that would make her... And if you were really the opposite? Just try saying it. I won't be mad. That's what I felt she meant. Rena is...
Rena is...
Even if you were the opposite, you'd still be Rena. Right? This question shouldn't have been so nerve-wracking to answer. Maybe it was because the person in question was staring at me, but even saying that took a strange amount of effort.
That's no fair, Kate-kun. It bothers me when you say it that way. Oh.
Perhaps unable to endure my silence, Rena's face began to burn red with embarrassment.
Rena! Kate-chan! Let's go home!
Mion walked over and started getting ready to go home. Whenever school is over, she really does get noticeably more energetic. It was the same relaxing walk home as always. Digging around my pocket on a whim, I noticed something that should have been there was missing.
What's the matter, Kate-chan?
The key to my house I always carry around's gone. Man, where did I lose it? It's fine today since my parents are home, but still, this is bad.
That sure is troublesome. Did you forget it somewhere? Or did you drop it?
Which one was it? Did I take it with me this morning in the first place?
Kei-chan, that key have anything that would make it stand out?
Yeah, it's on a keychain. It was a blue fur seal, something I made for summer homework a long time ago.
Huh? Does it have its eyes shut, like it's taking a nap?
Oh, how'd you know? Yeah, that's it. Mion looked away and began to whistle.
See, you went for dinner at Angelmort a couple of days ago, right? That night, the staff found a key, and there was a fur seal keychain attached to it.
As she said that, she suddenly grew flustered and added that Shion had told her about it. Huh? So I dropped it then.
Then aren't you glad that they found it? I'm sure they're looking after it for you.
That's right. Why don't you go? Shion looks the same as me, so you'll know her by sight.
This was a rather unexpected development. Once again, I had no choice but to go and meet Shion. But I also had to thank her for the bento from yesterday. Besides, taking some time and chatting with this other side of Mion might be interesting. Half jokingly, I began to think about things like this. Right. Angelmort, was it? I'll head over to Shion's restaurant and get my key back. While I'm at it, having a nice spot of tea might not be a bad idea.
You sound like an English gentleman. That totally doesn't suit you, Kei-chan.
Is this the restaurant? The one that Michan's little sister's working at?
Yeah, why don't we go together, Rena?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have plans with my father today. Some other time.
Rena seemed pretty disappointed about having to miss such a great opportunity.
You said that they're twins, but do they really look that much alike? Enough to make this mistake which is which?
Yeah, they're totally the same. At least on the outside. Unlike Mion, she's well-mannered and really cute, though. In response to my teasing, Mion pouted and began to argue with me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Mion's little farce. After all, they weren't just identical, they were the same person. After going home, I changed my clothes and dug my bike out of the garage. Just thinking that I would be able to meet Shion again gave me a mysterious feeling. Shion, a name for a different kind of Mion. She was a mysterious and ridiculous person, believing she'd fooled everyone like that. I noticed that I was pedaling along quite happily. Could it be that I was looking forward to meeting Shion? I felt a sense of giddy anticipation, like I was headed towards a new friend's house for the first time. What Rena said about Mion actually being really feminine sprang to mind once again. The guilt from spying on another side of Mion, the self-consciousness from being the only one who knew about that side. These feelings mixed together. That was Shion for you. Mion's little twin sister. Until she felt like coming out and admitting she was Mion, it was fine to just call her Shion, right? Mion might be trying to have some fun by acting out a different persona. As I reached the top of the steep hill, the horizon expanded before me. I was almost at the station. Neon roses with $5, Keiichi the fumbler. The last time I wasn't embarrassed since I was here with Dad, but this time I was alone. I was strangely self-conscious about it. Meet Shion, get my key back. That was all this task was supposed to be. If I dawdled around like this, maybe Shion would find me before she headed in for work. Hey, what are you doing, Keiichi Maibara? You're just here to get your key back, you know? It's not like you're some love-struck schoolboy here to hand out a love letter. The thoughts inside my head were slowly turning into a jumbled mess. I came to the realization that I was downright giddy. That's why, for just a bit, just a tiny little bit, I got a little carried away and did something really stupid. I kicked over a parked motorcycle that was blocking the sidewalk. It was in the way, sure, but there was absolutely no need for me to kick it. I definitely think I got too carried away. Thunk, clack. As the 3 bikes toppled, one after another like dominoes, the loud noise they caused snapped me back to my senses. Oh, shit!
The hell do you think you're doing?
The owners of those 3 bikes were right there. They looked exactly like what you'd call thugs up to no good. They lifted their heads up in an imposing manner and yelled angrily in a way I'd never heard before. The 3 of them beelined towards me, the worn-down heels of their thin-soled shoes slapping noisily against the pavement. I could only stare listlessly, as if I were watching some far-off event that didn't concern me at all. By the time I realized it, I'd been grabbed by the collar and lifted up onto my tiptoes.
Don't be playing dumb. You knocked him over, didn't you? Huh?
The 3 thugs were completely ignoring the rules of grammar, but the way they spoke was enough to make me tremble. Just like that, my composure drained away. My legs buckled and my throat grew dry enough to crack. I'm sorry, I accidentally...
Accident my ass! You kicked it, didn't you, dumbass?
I was completely at fault, so there was nothing I could say in my defense. As a result, I was pulled even higher.
The hell, man? The paint's all scuffed. You brat. Who put you up to this, huh? This is your goddamn fault.
The 3 of them continued to yell at me. I had no idea what each of them were saying. Getting further enraged that I was only listening while dumbstruck, they grabbed an empty plastic crate from a nearby store and began to smash it repeatedly against a telephone pole. Cracks formed in the crate, plastic shards flying everywhere. Then they slammed it full force into the shuttered storefront. The shutter let out a frighteningly loud noise. Still not satisfied, they flipped over a case of empty cans, scattering its contents all over the place. This was not normal. It was something you saw often on television or in manga, but I never thought seeing it in person would be this terrifying. I became painfully aware that the safety of civilized society was only held up by such a frail concept as morals. My knees clattered together noisily. Static began to pepper my vision. This is what you would call absolute terror. There was nothing I could do to stop this frightening spectacle of violence. I could only pray for help. The fear I felt was just too much. Would somebody help me? My gaze floundered about the surrounding area. I was surrounded by these 3 hoodlums. No way there would be a passerby brave enough to intervene. Maybe this is what you would call reaping what you sow. If I were a passerby, there would be no doubt that I'd ignore what was going on. So this was somewhat of a cosmic retribution.
Fucking say something! I'll fucking stab ya!
Angry yelling loud enough to rattle my eardrums spewed forth right in front of my face. My waning consciousness was forcefully dragged back to the forefront.
The thug had cocked back his free hand and twisted his body, when suddenly a metallic taste filtered through the back of my throat. A chill ran down my spine like a jolt of electricity. Seeing what was going to happen next, I squeezed my eyes as tightly as possible and gripped my teeth. You're making quite the racket, you stupid pieces of trash. Get out of my sight! That voice was a short distance away. Still holding me by the collar, the three thugs spun around to look behind them.
The fuck you say?
Standing there was Shion. I meant Mion. She stood there, displaying an imposing stature that I'd never seen before. She didn't have the same look on her face as she did when we were playing around during club. Those were the eyes that would instill fear in anyone who looked upon them. The eyes of a raptor. They were the epitome of terror. At the same time, they were the most reassuring things in the world. I'll only say this one more time. Let go of Kei-chan and get lost! Mion, without an ounce of fear, laid down her ultimatum. Of course, there was no way those three wouldn't go absolutely berserk. The situation instantly turned explosively dangerous.
You fucking bitch! I'll fucking bash your head in!
Stop it, Mion. These guys are like rabid dogs. No amount of bluffing will work. Mion, it's dangerous. So run. I knew what I was saying was pathetic, but I couldn't let Mion get involved in this. No matter how you looked at it, Mion was only bluffing. But did Mion even know the meaning of the word bluff? However, the reason behind everything soon became apparent. They were slowly increasing in number, little by little. At first, it was only businessmen on their way home stopping to take a look. Then, it was housewives in the middle of shopping taking a gander. Next, what seemed like the owner of some store showed up, and it was pretty clear he wasn't just looking. Around Mion, there was already about 7 people gathered. It felt different than people coming out to support a friend. If I had to say why, it was because the group that gathered was diverse in age and gender. Indigo with the 5 pounds. It's kind of strange they changed Shion's outfit for the console sprites. At least with Keiichi, his outfit was weird. She's still cute in this, though. Yeah, I think so, too. I kind of prefer the original outfit, personally. Maybe I'll show it next time Shion's sprite shows up. The 3 thugs seemed to slowly realize that there was something strange about the situation.
Who the hell are these guys?
Behind them, at some point, 4 more people of differing clothes and ages had gathered. A girl who looked to be in middle school, a man wearing a bakery apron, an old lady in a house-cleaning smock. More and more, people of various ages. Their gazes, comparable to Mion's, were of hostility, of intimidation. Before I realized it, over 10 people had formed a ring around us. At that moment, 5 elementary schoolers ran in and joined the circle. There were some familiar faces, some of our classmates. Then, these people were residents of Hinamizawa? More and more people from Hinamizawa gathered around. In obvious contrast, the residents of Okinomiya were passing by as quickly as possible.
The fuck are you guys? Go the fuck away!
The group surrounding us had suddenly swelled to around 20 people. Completely encircled, the faces of the thugs began to show the first signs of panic. Nobody spoke a word, Mion included. That made everything completely unnatural, and depending on which side you were on, completely terrifying. Only the thugs' voices echoed out like they were screaming. Somebody took a step forward, closing the gap between them. As they did, everybody else took a step forward, shrinking the circle. The hoodlums went pale as they pushed together, back to back, while still yelling angrily. They were trying to string together vulgarities, but for some reason it sounded like they were crying out for help.
All right. What's going on here? What's going on?
It was sudden. A solidly built officer cut his way through the crowd. At some point, 2 police cars had arrived. Some passerby had undoubtedly called for them. Several burly officers appeared from inside the second vehicle.
Oh, officer. Good timing.
And yeah, I'll go ahead and show Shion's original sprite here. This is the Manga Gamer sprite, which sucks. This is the original sprite. This is what her outfit looks like. It's cute. I like it. Anyway.
There you go. The extortionists. Caught red-handed. Please arrest them.
The fuck? This sprite's the one that's wrong here!
Mion, returning to her usual self, was nonchalantly pointing out the hoodlums to the police. Of course, the thugs were furious.
but now that it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. It was their loss.
Okay. Come over here for a sec. Come on already.
The officers handcuffed the thugs and dragged them towards the patrol cars.
The fuck? Let me go! We're the victims here! You listening, damn it?
No matter how much of a ruckus they caused, the officers paid no heed. In the blink of an eye, they were crammed inside the two vehicles. They could still be heard while yelling inside the police cars, but what they were saying was no longer intelligible.
You alright? You injured?
He was probably a detective. The man leading the police peered at my face. No. Not really.
Well, that's a bit of a silver lining then. Well then, have a good year.
The portly man, after taking a quick look around, addressed the crowd.
Thank you, citizens, for your timely report. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to keep the peace today. It's a wonderful thing.
Thank you for your hard work, Detective Oishi. As a citizen, I thank you for your daily efforts. It's an honor for a detective from the 1st Division to come out all this way.
The way Shion talked didn't have a very pleasant tone.
It was a coincidence. I happened to hear the call over the radio on my way back from the prefectural office. I just made a little detour.
Please keep up the good work. I pray for success in your future endeavors.
Ah, shucks. It's a good thing there were no injuries, though. Oishi-san, we're done here. Let's go. Well then, have a good year. Sorry, could you make way?
The detective named Oishi, after jovially making pleasantries, lumbered over to the waiting police car. It quickly set off, disappearing down the city street. It was over so quickly. So quickly, I was dumbstruck. I didn't even get to ask the officer what was going on. It was like they came here quickly to disperse the mob before any trouble could start. After making sure the police cars had left, Mion snapped her fingers sharply.
Alright, that's a wrap. And don't come back.
That was the signal. The tension melted away in an instant as everybody began smiling. A middle-aged man helped me up.
You okay, young Maibara? Next time, pick your fights a little bit better.
It's not like I wanted to fight.
Are you hurt anywhere? If you hit your head, it would be a good idea to get an x-ray taken.
An older lady I didn't know the name of was concerned about my injury.
You were lucky this happened right in front of the station when it was busy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to gather up as many people. Next time, be more careful. City kids these days are pretty unruly. Honestly.
I was even warned by the old lady in the smock. As Shion finished applauding the dispersing group for their efforts, she strode over to me.
Arahabaki gave me with the $5.
Domo, Maibara-san. Sonasaki-san, did you know I'm expecting? Almost 7 months down. Shame there's no maternity leave. Jesus Christ, dude.
Well, you're pretty good, Kei-chan. But I also think you should be more careful about who you pick a fight with.
Thanks, Mion. You saved my bacon there.
Like I said, I'm Shion.
She made a troubled expression as she turned her gaze downward, blushing in embarrassment.
I heard from my sister. That first seal keychain was yours, Kei-chan. Was yours, Kei-chan?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was just heading to the restaurant.
And you ended up feeling so excited that you got mixed up in something weird?
Now it was my turn for my face to go red. I didn't want to admit that she was spot on. Well, I was just unlucky. But you really saved me, Shion.
You don't have to thank me. So, if you see somebody else getting bullied, help them out, okay? We value that kind of thing very highly here.
I was well versed in that sense of camaraderie, but the way I was rescued just now, something seemed a little off about that. While I was helped out, it was honestly to an almost disturbing degree.
You're coming into the restaurant, right? You must be tired, so why don't you relax for a bit? My treat.
Seems that she caught the glimmer of suspicion in my eyes. Without waiting for my answer, Shion began walking.
You know, sooner than I expected, but I think we're actually getting to around the point that I want to stop at for tonight. Not just yet, but soon.
After cooling off a bit inside the restaurant, little by little, I realized I was still on edge.
There were spots here and there on my body that hurt, probably because I'd been so stiff with nervousness. Shion, who had changed into her uniform, brought over 2 glasses of iced coffee.
Here you go. Iced coffee, on the house. Just bring this coupon with you to the register and there'll be no charge.
My patheticness really knew no bounds. But since she went through the trouble, I might as well take her up on the offer. Even though it started out as such a lovely day, I had to get carried away and do that stupid thing. I'd completely ruined it. But really, you really saved my hide there. I've really come to see you as reliable.
Even I was scared, but Kei-chan was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best.
While a little embarrassed by what she just said, Shion made a show of folding her arms boldly. Shion, really, thank you. I was thanking Shion. But I really wanted to thank Mion. Mion, really, thank you.
Now, cheer up a little. If you feel indebted, then, well, when you have a chance, you should help somebody in need. Like, for example, if I'm ever in trouble, please come and save me.
Yeah, of course. It's a promise.
You absolutely have to.
Taking advantage of my words, she seemed happy about my promise.
So, if I'm ever in trouble, Kei-chan will come and save me. I hope trouble comes soon. You finally smiled,
she said as she smiled herself, poking me in the cheek.
A downtrodden Kei-chan is as good as an imposter. Come on, smile, smile.
That tickles! Stop!
Thanks to Shion's meddling, I finally cheered up a little. All the muscles in my body that had stiffened because of the incident finally began to relax a little.
When you're in a better mood, don't you get a little hungry? I'm kind of hungry, so I want to eat some pancakes or something. Do you want some too, Kei-chan?
I wanted to show a little restraint, but restraint really wasn't my thing. That's why I replied without any. They're good, right? I'm pretty picky when it comes to pancakes.
Don't worry, our pancakes have a pretty good reputation.
Shion ordered some pancakes from a nearby waitress. An employee ordering from another employee seems kind of off. Hey, speaking of that, weren't you in the middle of a shift? You've just been slacking off while talking to me.
I told my uncle that you saved me while I was surrounded by those hoodlums, so he's rewarding you. So I have the manager's permission.
That's exactly the opposite of what happened. Is that all right?
It's perfectly fine.
By the time the pancakes arrived, we had entered into a relaxed conversation. As the 2 of us ate pancakes, we livened the mood with some chit-chat. About what was on TV, celebrities, that kind of thing. Hobbies, food, really nothing more than idle chit-chat. Talking together like this, I once again became conscious of Shion being a girl. Hey now, that's funny talk, Keiichi Maibara. Shion and Mion are the same person. If there was anything different between them, it was only whether or not Mion admitted she was Mion. But given that, how come our conversation was this different?
Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you?
That's not true. If she were a guy, I'd punch the living daylights out of her.
I think the reason you guys get along so well is because you have that kind of platonic relationship. That's a pretty rare and enviable thing to have, don't you think?
I don't get what you're saying, but it really would be a waste to treat her like a girl.
Hey, Kei-chan, that's sexist.
Hearing the word sexist was cause for introspection. What was I prejudiced against Mion and Shion for? Mion was Mion. She was the best friend a guy could have, no reservations, and head and shoulders above me when it came to club activities. If I had met her 5 years earlier, my life would have probably been a lot more fun. Of this, I had no doubt. Then, what about Shion? She was Mion's little sister, and it hadn't even been 3 days since we met. Her relationship was much more distant, as the only thread we had in common was that I knew her sister. And for Shion, it was the same. I was somebody she met 3 days ago only because I was a friend of her sister's. The difference between Mion and Shion? Friendliness? Familiarity? Playing around with those unclear thoughts for a while, I had stopped listening to Shion.
Hypothetically, okay? Are you listening?
Sorry, yeah, I'm listening.
This is just a hypothetical question, okay? Both me and my sister are in trouble, okay? We're dangling off the side of a cliff. Which one of us do you save? You can only save one.
She wasn't saying it to tease me, but had a playful tone behind her voice. That's not a nice question. I want to save you both, but I can't do that, right?
Right. You can only save either Shion or Mion. Who do you save?
If it were Mion, I don't think she'd be in that situation in the first place, as it's something she could easily get out of herself.
But what about the normal, frail Shion? I guess I'd have no choice.
It's not my sister, right?
If Mion and Shion were different people, I suppose it would come to that. I couldn't confirm nor deny it. She should have been smiling, but her gaze was locked firmly to mine.
In other words, that's it, isn't it? My sister is... Sorry, I messed up what I was trying to say.
Shion was trying to talk in a lighthearted manner, but I felt that there was something more behind her words. Was Mion trying to tell me something through Shion? Not being able to put a finger on exactly what it was vexing. Shion, to hide her embarrassment, turned the conversation around.
More importantly, just now, were you surprised?
Of course I was. If it was Rena or Satoko, that would have been one thing. But for all those people, young and old together, they were all from Hinamizawa, right?
Yeah, that's right. Everybody in Hinamizawa is pretty close-knit. An enemy of one's then an enemy of all. Nobody's gonna look on from the sidelines. They're a pretty reliable group of residents.
Somebody's being picked on, and everybody unites to get rid of the bully. Kinda sounds like the Mafia or the Yakuza's brand of unity.
You shouldn't say something like that. It's something you should be thankful for. You were saved by that unity, weren't you? Never forget to show your appreciation.
I half-heartedly agreed. I knew full well I should be appreciative. Everybody really is close-knit, aren't they?
Maybe it's because of tradition? Hinamizawa's been in danger of becoming a ghost town on several occasions. There's been a history of the villagers uniting together each time to fight for the village's continued existence. For example, Kei-chan, did you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project?
Hinamizawa Dam project? Let's see. I feel like I've heard somebody talk about it before.
About 10 years ago, there was a sudden proposal to build a dam here, which would have submerged Hinamizawa underwater.
Oh, that story. I think I heard my dad talk about that. But I'm pretty sure that plan was cancelled, right?
We made them cancel it. Everybody banded together. So that was a well-earned victory.
That sounded pretty much like the story I heard. The protest intensified to the point where it was featured in newspapers and magazines. As a result, the plan was suspended.
The whole story with the dam apparently started before I was born. At first, the proposal was only for exploratory purposes, or a small dam to control erosion.
But then the cat was let out of the bag. If it were completed, it would have been the biggest dam in Japan. Not just Hinamizawa, but several villages upstream would have been submerged as well. The protests immediately began. Petitions to cancel or relocate the project were drafted and submitted to the Diet. They even went so far as to go to the Ministry of Construction in Tokyo to hand over a direct appeal to the minister. The previous landowner sued the government, stating there were inconsistencies in the purchase agreement and the transaction should be nullified. Owners of yet unacquired land split their properties, increasing the number of landowners in order to stifle the project.
It was all very precious when the land acquisition was still about money. Eventually, they started relying on eminent domain in order to seize the land. It started at that point. The riot police began to get violent.
Riot police? You mean the police? Why would they act violent?
They punched. They kicked. There was a time I was hit. Right around here, I think. My skin split open and a whole lot of blood spilled out.
Saying that, Shion indicated her temple by poking at it. What happened to the police? Filing a complaint against the riot police for police brutality would seem kind of strange for some reason. Naturally, they wouldn't pay heed to something like that. You wouldn't be able to establish proof on who exactly hit you, and they could justify their actions by saying you were interfering with police duties.
My nano went off like a firework. After that, it was amazing. Like a full-scale war. We weren't just going to sit by and idly file complaints. We went on the offensive.
First, in order to call attention to the government, they filed a temporary injunction in court. Then, in order to gain public support, they called in prominent scientists to state that Hinamizawa was a valuable nature preserve. They pressured the prefectural and municipal assemblies, saying that the prefectural governor ignored his constituents when he approved the project and demanded his resignation. They completely and thoroughly denounced him. Naturally, in Hinamizawa, a ferocious conflict worthy of being called the Dam War began. In order to suppress the police's brutality, they coordinated with the network channels and exposed the violence of the riot squad members to the public. On top of that, they put together a special expose themed around the government repressing the citizens and aired it nationally.
It worked wonders. Following that, the SWAT teams had their hands cuffed. Day after day, the petitions and demonstrations continued. Propaganda was also used to help garner support. The circle of support gradually expanded outwards from Hinamizawa. Either that bore fruit, or the government finally decided against it. It was announced that the dam project was indefinitely suspended just a few years ago.
We did everything we could. The entire village banded together and fought. At that time, we were desperate. But now that it's over, it's actually become a pretty good memory. The villagers' feelings of solidarity and unity still haven't faded.
Shion said that as she focused off into the distance. I felt that those eyes weren't filled with anguish, but rather a sense of pride. That kind of solidarity. It's pretty nice. You don't see it too often. Bridging the generation gap and unifying the region.
I think so too. The dam project was a trial. I think that just the fact that we were able to overcome it's huge.
The fear I was feeling until just now gradually began to fade. When people began to show up one after another while I was engaged with those thugs, I thought it was frightening. But now, I felt from the bottom of my heart that I had been rude. The villagers prepared to defend their homeland to the death, the sense of solidarity that fostered. It might seem impudent to say this, but I was a little jealous. If I had been in Hinamizawa when the protest against the dam was going on, I might have been able to share in that sense of solidarity.
Kei-chan, you weren't here at the time, so I don't think you can fully feel the solidarity in the village. But everybody shares it. Thoroughly. Even with somebody who just moved here like you, Kei-chan.
She couldn't have been more right. So many people got together to help me out when I just moved here, even though they were strangers whose names I didn't even know. A hot feeling began welling up inside of me. When I lived in the city, I didn't even know my own neighbors. I thought that was natural. But here, that was an absurd and pathetic thing. Even though I thought of them as strangers, all the other villagers viewed me as a comrade. Happiness and warmth. I was acutely aware of those feelings as they gradually welled up inside of me.
Sonozaki-san! The manager wants you to work the floor.
A more senior waitress waved her hand and called out to Shion. It seemed like it was time for work.
Okay, I'm coming. Sorry, looks like I have to get to work now.
It's fine. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's fun.
Oh, are you going home?
Yeah, my mom gets fussy if I'm not home by dinner time. Seemed that Shion wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Like we hadn't talked enough, that kind of feeling. Looking at that expression, I regretted saying something that had disappointed Mion like that. I was about to say that I could stay for a little bit longer when Shion got up from her seat.
Here, if you use the coupon, it should cover the pancakes as well.
Saying that, she showed me a coupon booklet as she tore out a few sheets and handed them to me.
Convenient, isn't it? It's a perk I get on top of my salary.
It's okay. I can pay for the pancakes myself.
Hey, being so reserved doesn't fit you, Kei-chan. If I were my sister, you would have gladly let me pay for it.
She said as she laughed, gently stomping me from opening my wallet. Being told so with such an encouraging smile really resounded with me.
Sonozaki-san, sorry, could you take care of the register? Ah, yes, right away.
Later.
Today was fun.
Saying that, Shion smiled one more time at me.
Oh, Mion, thanks a lot for today. I owe you one.
If you really think that, then return the favor. I'm looking forward to it.
After I said it, I realized I mistakenly called her Mion. I didn't know if she realized it or not. Lazing around and watching television after dinner was part of my daily routine. It might seem like a waste at first glance, but you could say it was an important time when I was able to accrue knowledge of everything from politics to economics to various trivia. After dinner was valuable time well spent while the brain was at its most supplied with nutrients.
You idiot! It's obvious the Tokyo Tower is taller. Ah!
Today I tested my knowledge of trivia by watching my weekly quiz show. Sitting in front of the television, I was able to get a lot of the answers right. But if I were actually up on stage, I'd probably fail miserably.
Keiichi! Phone call from Sonozaki-san!
Okay.
Sonozaki? That's Mion. It was a little late for her to be calling. I had a bad feeling about this. I had a hunch it was something to do with club activities. She was probably going to inform me about what we're doing tomorrow. This was Mion we were talking about. She might even go so far as to say that we're doing club activities right now, so hurry up and come over. By the way, it was 8 p.m. Hello? No way we're having a club battle right now.
Huh? That's not it. I mean,
It was Mion, but it was a very un-Mion-like way of talking. Huh? Could it be? Sorry. Could it be that you're not Mion, but Shion?
that's right. Good evening. I'm sorry for calling so late.
For Mion, this would have been an ill-fittingly polite way of talking. But since it was Shion, it was natural, even though they were both the same person. With a dry smile, I enjoyed that mysterious feeling. No, it's fine. What's up?
Kei-chan, do you like sweets? Like cakes or desserts?
There was no way I hated them. I'm an unabashed glutton.
That's great. Actually, there's a new dessert contest this summer.
Looks like they have a new dessert menu every season. So they were hiring taste testers for potential desserts.
The desserts at Angel Mort have a good reputation. It's pretty difficult to get accepted as a taste tester. I'll get right to the point. Ta-da!
You say ta-da, but I can't see over the phone. Still, could it be?
That's right. I have a taste testing ticket right here. If you don't mind sweets, how about it?
When you say how about it, you basically mean, with that ticket, I can eat all the new desserts I want? They say to beware of honeypots, but this is sweeter than any pot of honey. All you can eat free dessert? No way!
If you're okay with that, I'll register you as a taste tester. When you come to the restaurant tomorrow, just give the person in charge your name. Then everything will work out.
When you say everything will work out, you mean all you can eat? For free?
Yeah, it's free. There's quite a bit, so I recommend you come hungry.
This was such a delectable opportunity, it was almost scary. This was really Shion, right? It wasn't Mion posing as Shion in order to bait me into a trap, was it? What am I saying? They're the same person.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kei-chan. You're thinking this is too good to be true, right?
I mean, I would never.
I heard from my sister, but you really are somebody who can't tell a lie. I'm not averse to somebody like that.
Shion laughed at the voice that sounded a lot like how Mion would laugh.
It's not like I was intending on it, but it just so happens that my shift ends early tomorrow. If it's not a bother, I thought maybe we could spend a little time together after I'm done.
Huh, your shift ends early tomorrow?
Yeah. So while you take your time eating dessert, I'll finish up.
Well, I didn't have any plans anyway. I don't mind hanging out with you for a bit.
It's not like we have to go anywhere. I was thinking we could cool off in the evening while we take a walk.
There was no reason for me to refuse. Out of courtesy, I might as well take her up on the offer.
By the way, Kei-chan, you and I have been meeting up every day, haven't we?
Now that you say it, I guess we have.
Since you said okay, we have an excuse to meet again tomorrow.
Huh? What was Mion saying?
Kei-chan, your voice just cracked. What's the matter?
It wasn't a video phone, but she could tell I was beet red.
Well then, you should definitely come tomorrow. I'll take my leave here. Good night.
Good night. Shion finished with what she had called to say, ended the conversation without any chit-chat. When I returned to the living room after hanging up the phone, the TV was already off and my mom was sleeping in the rocking chair. Not feeling like turning the TV back on, I went back upstairs and returned to my room. I've only been receiving favors from Shion, haven't I? She brought me a bento and saved me when I got involved with those thugs. She was supposed to be a different person, so I could thank Mion at school. Come to think of it, she'd probably just say she'll pass it on to her sister. I have to thank Shion directly. Tomorrow, I'll have to repay her somehow. Alright, so I'm pretty sure that it's like after these tips is where I wanted to stop. Yep, it's after this tip. After this tip is where we're going to transition into theory and art time. Details of the Delinquent 3.
Just why are you arresting us? Bullshit! Let go of me! Kuma-chan, you can let go of their arms now. Here, please sit down.
The three people rubbed their arms painfully. Kumagai-kun and the others must have been squeezing them pretty tightly.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't arrested you or anything. Kuma-chan, go get me something cold from the fridge, please. Would you like your barley with foam or without? They plunked down on the reception sofa, and despite not yelling anymore, they still had dangerous expressions. What I'd give to be young again. I'll drink even if you don't, you know. Excuse me for helping myself. Beer's best when you drink it on the job.
As he downed the beer with glee, the three people exchanged glances, then finally reached out for their cans. They hadn't stopped being cautious. It was more like they didn't see a reason to refuse. They opened their cans and began to drink the contents.
Where'd you guys come from? You're not from around here.
They looked at each other again, suspicious of whether they should tell him.
You college students? Friends on a trip? You're probably traveling on bikes or something. Sounds like fun I wish I was having. Yeah. You don't live close by, do you? Where'd you come from? Osaka, perhaps? What's it matter to you? No, there's no use trying to intimidate me. You would all been in a lot of trouble if I'd left you there, right?
They seemed to recall the thrilling event from earlier. While they could understand getting surrounded by students or a gang or something along those lines, they would never have been surrounded by locals, both young and old, both men and women before. It was easy to imagine how scared they must have been.
If you were from here, the people of Hinamizawa wouldn't have done anything to you, no matter what you'd done wrong. They're all special. Not in the sense of parents not wanting to get involved in their children's fights. If one person gets bullied, the village will come out in full force. That's not just an idle threat, you know.
They couldn't argue against that. They themselves had been surrounded. They'd seen it with their own eyes. There was no doubt about it.
Round these parts, if the people of Hinamizawa give you a glare like that, you'll simply get demoned away and no one will hear from you again. You'll suddenly disappear without a trace. You'll have families that would get the police to search for you if you went missing. If not, then that's bad. You'll vanish and that'll be the end of it.
Even then, we got there soon enough that nothing happened. If we'd been late, things could have taken a turn for the worse. If they'd been forced into an alleyway, these young men wouldn't be sitting on a couch right now. They might be lying on an autopsy table. Well, probably not. Anyway, perhaps they'd be a little more cooperative if we found them as corpses.
How'd you all get to Okinomiya? By train? By bike? Bike. That's not good. You're still parked there, aren't they? If you go waltzing in to get them back, they really might gang up on you. Hell's that? We'll take them all!
Calm down, calm down. Why are young people these days so quick with the shouting?
You don't want any more trouble, right? Tell me the bike license plate numbers. I'll bring them there for you. Kuma-chan, please bring the loading truck we use for traffic disasters. Got it. It's fine. We'll get them ourselves. Do you really want to get surrounded again? The police may not be fast enough to save you this time. It's fine, ain't it? If we surrounded, they're gonna get knocked down. Hey, you three. You're drinking the barley with foam, right? Try turning your engines on. I'll arrest you on the spot for drunk driving. You... That's fucking dirty! Your tax dollars will be put to good use in bringing all your bikes back here. Quit complaining and tell me the goddamn license plate numbers, you pieces of shit.
The three were hesitant to tell him the numbers. They were mumbling something along the lines of not remembering them since they'd just bought the bikes. Well, that's what I thought. Huh.
Kuma-chan, go with the truck and bring the bikes back. Get the tough-looking red Yamaha, the one with the broken right tail light. And the white one that's had the packing tape stuck to the seat. It's those ones. They belong to you, right?
They didn't answer. Those must be the right ones.
Oishi-san, the truck's here, so I'll get going. Yes, please do. Wait, Kuma-chan, hold on. One more thing. What's up? Look up the numbers. You don't want to bring the wrong ones back.
The three people's faces changed color. They made themselves very easy to understand.
Let's take it easy from here until you get your bikes back. There's more beer, you know? We have some snacks, too. Want to watch TV? There's probably nothing on, though.
Nah, thanks. We're leaving. Don't want to hang around here forever.
Suddenly, there were 5 or 6 huge officers surrounding them. Their clearly overpowering stares nailed them to the sofa.
What? What did we do?
Going on a trip by stealing motorcycles, huh? Students these days have too much time on their hands.
That was such a dirty fucking cop moment. Like, oh my god. This tip, like, I mean, obviously, he's had his moments in the previous arc where you, like, are like, oh, Oishi kind of sucks. But this right here, like, when I was reading the series for the first time, I was like, oh my god. Like, yep, that sure is a cop. That sure is how a cop acts.
Oh my god. Dude. Fucking crazy, bro. Alright. Well, that is where we are going to stop for tonight. Sorry I can't leave off on something a little bit more dramatic, but this is just kind of how it spliced out when I was running the numbers and seeing how best to divide up this arc into 4 streams. So that's where we're leaving off. But stick around once again for theory crafting and fan art. You guys can get going with the theory crafting, speaking of which. Here's a map pat to help you do that. Thank you once again to Indigo for the art of Mion Pat. I don't know. Yeah. You guys can get chatting about that while I pull up the artwork. Wow, some really good stuff this week. Still grabbing it. Okay, got all that. Okay, awesome. I think I've got everything, so let's go ahead and start reading what you guys have been saying. Okay. Okay, happiness is a butterfly. Okay, so I feel like what we've gotten from the start of this chapter is the extent to which confirmation bias plays a huge part in shaping the tone of the narrative. Like, there's a lot of things the girls are saying that end of episode 1 Keiichi would have decided we're suspicious as fuck. His lens or lack thereof colors things hugely. Only thing from last episodes that's still sus was the director. Very fair point, because right now, like, you know, Keiichi doesn't feel ostracized from the village at this point in time currently, so like none of the stuff about the village actually makes him suspicious, whereas before he would have been like, oh my god, they're a circle of mega murderers. So yeah, definitely interesting. Didi Gun, I think Shion and Mion are separate people. They impersonate one another when they want to be treated differently, and they lie about not being close to avoid suspicion. Okay, interesting. Donkey Monkey, I have a bad feeling that Keiichi is going to break that promise to save Shion when she's in trouble, likely due to paranoia. Maybe. He's not paranoid yet. Gona, my theory. Shion is real. Rika said she met her, and she has no reason to lie. However, we have not met Shion yet. Mion has been impersonating her sister at first to avoid being teased, and now to express her crush on Keiichi and get him to see her more feminine side. Very, very fair. Didi Gun. I hope they're at least fairly dividing the workload between them. I'm not sure why the family would be using Mion for work but not Shion. Well, I don't know. Why wouldn't they? Anyway. Let's see. Grifter's Bones. Things that seemingly haven't happened. No meeting Tomitake? Very sad. Meeting Oishi briefly before we did last time. The festival hasn't happened. Yeah, there's still time for stuff to happen. Currently, I have no clue if Shion is real, and honestly, I'm going to do what I did in Numineko and not commit till I feel I have a good enough reason to. Fair enough. And a lot of this chapter so far has been about appearances and expectations. Yes, you're picking up on themes. Very good. Seditious. Theory. She means 4, therefore there are 2 more Mion/Shions we don't know about. It also means death, so perhaps the previous chapter's suspicious Mion's bit where Mion bits where Shion, since she seemed bolder with K. The Mion fucking shadow clone jutsu. Let's see. My theory is that there's a kid named Finger who controls the fingers of people. I'm kidding, of course, I already know how the story goes, so I'm just enjoying the ride the noobs are taking, it's fun. But what if you're right? What if he's out there? Didi Gun. Shion definitely likes Keiichi and expresses this in both the Shion and Mion personas, but I'm not sure if Mion also likes him. Mion also likes him. Well, I mean, look at how much she was stammering and blushing around him at school. The vibe makes me wonder if Keiichi won't get paranoid this time around, but Rena will, feeling like an outsider since Keiichi is spending a lot of time with Mion and finding out about her sister. Ooh, that would be interesting. ERA. My recent theory is about the liquid/needle. There are some drugs that can cause hallucinations, plus the paranoia of the town. We might have a reason why they scratch, maybe something inside their skin. Interesting. Um, Harmonia. So I've noticed a trait of Keiichi's that reinforces something I already knew. Keiichi has a habit of imagining the worst outcome for every situation. Two good examples of this behavior are when Keiichi imagines townspeople gossiping about him wearing a maid dress, and when he can't imagine Satoko as nice, and imagines the... I think one of your messages got lost in the middle there. Understand Keiichi without us needing an explanation in a text box. It's a lovely example of show don't tell in writing. There are many neat examples of this in Hiku, and I think this is neat. The whole thing about the Sonozakis living in the neighboring town that they have lots of businesses in makes sense, but why would Mion live in Hinamizawa? Well, she says that her grandmother lives there, and like the main family house is in Hinamizawa. And not Shion. Okay, I see. Okay, Nozo. Okay, so right now I have two main thoughts. I've already spoken on them, but I'll reiterate. I think Shion does exist in some capacity. I think she is a real character. However, I think most, if not all, of the scenes with her so far have been Mion impersonating her. I do think with the revelation that Mion has a sister, it could be wise to revisit Chapter 1. I think that could radically recontextualize a lot of the mysteries there. Ultimately, I think the question of which is going to be a major part of the mystery going on. Secondarily, I definitely think the Watanagashi is going to be what plunges into paranoia. I thought of while watching the stream, but what if getting demoned away permanently removes a character from the looping narrative? After all, we haven't seen Tomitake or Woman, and we met Tomitake pretty early last time. I think it'd be extremely cool if that was the case. It could get to the point where the number of characters present could start to thin, and future episodes could be really ominous during the slice of life sections due to people being gone, but I know that's probably way off. That is a really interesting thought, though. Like, I actually do find that very interesting to think about. More Sonozaki sisters. 500 Mions. Gona, Mion not living with her parents is very interesting. I wonder if there's some drama, especially if Shion is real and still living with the main family. I do think there are two definite Shion personas, given how confident she was just compared to the first time they met at Angel Mart. Grifter's Bones, you are working on something, so I'm going to give you time to get another message in there before I read off your thing. As twins switching places a lot is feasible, given how popular a trope it is in fiction and mystery. Oh, okay, that was in the middle of something. I do think there are two definite Shion personas, given how confident she was. However, I'm waiting for part 2 to see if it goes the other way. As twins switching places a lot is feasible, given how popular a trope it is in mystery and fiction. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Very real theory. The real twist is that Keiichi also has a twin named Keishi, and they have a crush on me. Mion has spores like a mushroom and creates more Mions. Donkey Monkey. I wonder if we won't get an answer to what's up with the looping until the answer arcs. So far, the only time Chapter 1 has been referenced is the needle line. Hehehe. Well, who knows? Who knows? I don't know what you mean. Everything's fine. Nothing bad happened. Everybody is alive. What do you mean? Gona. The Sonozakis are so sus. Mion is basically a minor celebrity, and they own a lot of businesses and were heavily involved in the protests. They got a lot of influence. They sure do. Nothing bad ever happens in Hinamizawa. It's not allowed to. Nope. I mean, didn't Oishi mention organized crime at some point? I believe so, but that depends on how much you trust Oishi. Nozo, also Shion very conveniently left out the dismemberment when talking about the protests despite going in depth. That's going to fuck Keiji up when he learns. Yeah, I mean, like, but if you think about it, it's like, it doesn't strike me as a weird thing to necessarily leave out, at least in the context that she was offering that information, where she's being like, hey, you know, people in town will stick up for you. You know, people in town will do things to help you because we were all, like, sort of unified in this one thing. Oh, and also there was a murder that happened. Like, you know, it kind of clashes with the tone of the conversation a little bit. I don't doubt that she would probably prefer to keep that part of the details out. DD Gun. I think it's very interesting that the Shion in the last scene references being injured by riot police as a kid. Maybe there is a distinguishing mark there. Okay, you're almost done with yours, Grifters. Imagine if she was like, people in town will dismember a body for you. No, literally. I'm not kidding. Also, does woman who is a nurse may know about the pharmaceutical stuff to test the liquid? 2 paths here. She may help or create the liquid and side effects, or wanted to, or maybe she wanted to know more about the drug and find some cure. Oh, ERA. Yeah, maybe. We do know that she was a nurse. That's all we really know about her at this point, though. Other than that she likes to say eerie, ominous things that scare young boys before disappearing. Another real theory, Satoshi transferring away is going to be revealed that he isn't actually dead when Keiichi goes up to the register for dessert tasting and Satoshi is the cashier. Yeah, I transferred to a part-time job. I'm too busy to go to school now. Neon Roses, I agree with everyone else. There's definitely some sister swap shenanigans. Perhaps so. Curious if Shion's and Mion's twin switching thing will intersect with the curse at some point, or if it has already. I mean, some high schools don't allow part-time jobs. I think, like, don't they literally reference that in the previous arc in Onikakushi? Doesn't Mion say something about going to her job and then, like, Keiichi is like, hey, isn't that against school rules? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mion gets around it because it's a family business. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Not quite done yet. A lot of stuff in the town does have some duality attached to it. Even the town has 2 names, after all. That is true! That's actually a very good point. That's very interesting. I think Oishi should perish. Not a theory, but true. My main thing that I can't wrap my head around is why Mion and Shion would have such different living situations. I don't know. Yeah, Oishi is the worst. Those bikers weren't good people or anything, but Christ, that was filthy. Yep, it sure was! Oh, man. The fact that they cut that tip completely out of the anime, by the way, it's just like, ah, man. You're not even gonna show how this man is. I know in other animes, there's often this twin slash sibling is the preferred twin, so they get the inheritance, but usually it's the oldest that gets it. Satoshi transitioned and Satoko was like, why the fuck do you look like me? Clean my glasses. Okay. Let's scroll back up so I can read Grifter's thing. Okay. Okay, Grifter's Bones. Okay, so this entire chapter was mostly just vague, so I can't get enough info yet, but that last bit with the townspeople gave me some interesting stuff to work with. The Sonozaki... Or no, wait. Sorry. I misread one message as your message that was not your message. Where is your next one? When a tight community is formed, it can become picky with who's in and who's out, and that can be dangerous for those who are out. When people feel like they always need to take violent action to protect themselves, this gets dangerous quickly. Basically, a tight-knit community can be dangerous to people outside it and inside it. This is both cult stuff and... Did one of your messages disappear? I don't know. I think maybe one of your messages disappeared. Or I guess I should say, is that community safe to itself, violent to others? It's fine when they do that to cops, though. Yeah, I think maybe one of your things in the middle disappeared, but I definitely get what you're saying, yes. It is to illustrate that, like, there can be a duality to that it doesn't necessarily just have to be a sinister thing, but also, like, depending on who you are, it definitely can come across that way. I mean, it would be like a cop to be irrationally paranoid about a tight-knit community that doesn't take shit from cops. Yep, you're not wrong. To be honest, I think Hinamizawa just freaks Oishi out, considering what Shion was saying about the protests in his position. And yeah, I mean, you could see in that scene that they were, like, Shion very much just, like, dead-eyed, like, yeah, thanks for the help, officer, get the fuck out of here. IDK, if I have said this before, but the Oishi tip is great at contextualizing his character. Another great example of show don't tell technique in writing. Definitely. She did say I should have killed him when I had the chance or something that one time. No, Zo, no, that was Mion. Mion said that. Come on. By the way, Mion's grandma sounds kind of stern. She seems to have raised Mion this perfect ladies with all the different skills she taught her, but this is mostly just me assuming right now, so no hard evidence. Oh yeah, of course, my mistake. I'm waiting for Seditious' second message. Paranoia in my Higurashi? What? No! My throat's a little itchy. Why not give a little scratch? Okay. From Seditious. Perhaps the reason that Mion and Shion have such different lives is that Mion was disowned for trying to help an outsider, specifically Satoshi, leading to the transfer, and he trying to stop Keiichi from trying to stop Keiichi from digging into it. What had gotten their last friend killed, but those attempts just made it even worse, and he snapped. Interesting. I'm glad to see that people haven't stopped thinking about Satoshi, even though we haven't had him mentioned in this arc yet. Sorry for vague reasoning, I am EP. No, you're good. You're good. I would just remember Rika said she met Shion at a funeral. Whose funeral was it? I've noticed some parallels around Keiichi, Satoshi, Mion, Shion, Hinamizawa, the other name, can't remember Soi, Onigafuchi, yeah. Okay, yeah, I figured out what's happening. My messages are disappearing because of 1 or 2 words. Oh no! That's weird. I don't know what's doing it. YouTube chat be YouTube chat, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Wait, a funeral? Like Keiichi's relative's funeral? Yeah, Rika was also at that funeral. Keiichi didn't notice her there. Dude, oh my god, I went to a funeral this year. Holy shit, maybe Keiichi was there and I didn't notice it. I like the idea that Rika just goes to the funerals that she knows about. Yeah, it doesn't even, like, she doesn't even need to know who it was. She's just like, I'm just gonna go. I just feel like getting out of the house. She likes the food there. Rika was on Satoko's shoulders in a trench coat pretending to be Keiichi's dad, and because he has no sprite, it was easy to blend in. Yeah, I reckon that's what my dad looks like. I don't really remember. She's like wearing a fake mustache and sunglasses. She like pats like Keiichi's shoulder and she's like, I'm so proud of you, son. And he's just like, wow, my dad sounds so young all of a sudden. He's spry. He's got a pep in his step. It's me, your dad, Keiichi. Keiichi, when you go to school tomorrow, you have to give all of your food to Rika. I don't know, man. I guess. Dad, are you feeling okay? Yes, Keiichi. You know what, I'm making a post trying what I'm trying to say instead. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I don't know why YouTube is cucking you so hard. I am your father. I'm sorry, now I'm just like I'm just gonna be thinking about this. Somebody please has to fucking draw, like, trench coat Rika Satoko pretending to be Keiichi's dad. No, you can't say that. What do you mean I can't say that? This is my YouTube channel. I can say whatever I want. Oh, God. I completely agree. That's the actual mystery. Rika and Satoko are actually his dad. Radical. If you rearrange the letters in my name, you get Rika Lad Conspiracy. Explains how Rena got in his house unannounced. Damn, that explains all of chapter 1. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Let's refresh these real quick. Okay. I think we've probably goofed off enough for now. So we should probably get to art. So let's go ahead and do that. Good theories, everybody. Good talk. We've really made some progress on this. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Starting off with this from Chiyoko on Chiyoko Arts on Twitter. Today I drew Mion in preparation for the next stream this Friday. Mion is my favorite character in Higurashi. You and me both. Very, very good Mion, as always. Your art is fantastic, Chiyoko. Thank you for just absolutely, like, pulling art so well every week. You always do a fantastic job. Next, we have this from Belbelk Bello on Twitter, Mion_helicopter.png. Very, very good. What is going on here? Hold on just a second. Yeah, there we go. About to fire the missile. As one would hope. Very good. We have this from Dav, at Space Caribou on Twitter, the Hinamizawa 4, Barbershop Quartet favorites. After Gloomy Squids did her album redraw, I decided I wanted to try my hand at something similar. Keiichi gets excluded, sorry Keiichi, but just imagine he's out of frame clapping and cheering. And we'll get to what Dav just mentioned there in a minute. Absolutely fantastic, no notes. I want to listen to their singing. I'm sure that they've got beautiful voices. Very, very good. And also from Dav, Mion Value Study. I want to get better at digital painting, so this is my first time trying something like this. I don't think I did very well from a technical standpoint, but I like how this turned out anyway. No, I think this looks great. I really like it. The pose and expression is really nice too. Very cool. Good work, Dav. Yay, we all clap for Dab. Okay. Next, moving on to stuff posted on Blue Sky, we have both of these from Furuderica Burn at bluesky.social. First, a little giggly Satoko. And obviously, yes, this is Phantom, who has been doing the thumbnail art and has also been killing that, as usual. Thank you, Phantom. But, very good Satoko, and also a very good Rena. I really like the sky background in this. It contrasts, like, the color contrast and, like, the specific hues you chose for the ribbons in Rena's hair and stuff work really, really good here. I think this is really, really fantastic. Simple but effective. Very good. Next, moving on to stuff from Tumblr, we have this absolutely fucking fantastic piece submitted by Kitsu-Smiek. That's KITSU-SMIEC on Tumblr. I'm sorry. Time for more fan art. I love Higurashi and I adore Marcy's streams for that S-tier voice acting. Thank you. With episode 1 coming to a close, I made some foreboding art. Enjoy. This is really, really good. Like, oh my god. This is just fantastic. Like, you really, really blended all of these elements together perfectly. The lighting, the reflection off of the axe, the little silhouette of the needle in the middle, like, going down. It's really, really good. Just, wow. Yeah. I can't say enough good stuff about this. This is really, really fantastic work. Next, we have this from Scribbled, that's SKRIBBLED, on Tumblr, Rena. I was originally going to do this in watercolor and pen, but after I messed that up a ton, I went over the whole thing with gouache. I don't know. Can you tell that I've never pronounced that word out loud before and I've only read it? Also, was anyone going to tell me that Rena's dress has a front slit thingy? I somehow never noticed that till now. It's really cute, though. I really like this. You did a really, really good job on the coloring. That was correct? Okay, awesome. Never mind. I'm super smart and I know everything. But no, yeah, like, the fact that this isn't watercolor is really impressive. Like, because it looks like it. It really looks like it. The level of detail here is fucking crazy. You did a fantastic job with this. Also, she is so cute, as always. Truly, ERA, we keep winning. Oh, it's a type of watercolor that's more easy to work with. Yeah, I mean, yeah, regardless, it looks awesome. Next, we have this from Torrential Stardust, Indigo. Higurashi, the return of the Pat. Oh, Mion and Shion, you are so normal. Hey folks, made some new thinking drawings. This time our delightful twins who might just be the same person. And I took the opportunity of having two characters to draw the two Matte Pat poses I did for the Umineko read-through. To be honest, I think some parts of these are pretty rough, but I had fun and I hope people still like it. I think I'll be slowing down with the stream art for a while, understandable, but I'll focus on getting these ones done for everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful week. Lots of love. Lots of love to you back. Very good Pats, as usual. And I look forward to having them up to stare at while we talk about our silly Rika is Keiichi's dad theories in the future. Very, very good. Thank you, Indigo. Next up, we have this from Dingo's Trash. New arc, new possibilities. Mion is probably my favorite Higurashi character. I think she's very neat. This is super cute. And the tag, I have personal beef with the Angel Mort uniforms. They are not cute. You are so right for that. You are absolutely 100% correct and based. If it were more like this, it would be way cuter. This is just like the deadpan face combined with the like frilly dress is so funny. I love this. This is really, really adorable. You did a very good job with this. Next, we have this from new-art-blog. I am experimenting with animation for the first time, so here's a gif of Mion giving a thumbs up. Why is it not moving? It stopped when I moved away from the tab. Okay, well, anyway. But yeah, very good stuff. I think this is pretty good for an experiment with animation. You did much better than I would. Nice use of frames. Yeah, as Hollow Transient said. Yeah, great work. And last but not least, moving on to the stuff from Tumblr. To Discord, rather. First we have this from Gloomy. It's the sisters, added 2 different versions, one with text and one without. These girls were fun to draw.
Hi, Kei-chan. One told me a lot about you. Shut up, sis.
Very, very cute. You did them such justice. And also, boop. Me having to make things I like related to Mexican culture again somehow. I also drew the gang as Los Tucanes de Tuana, lovingly dubbed Los Chamacos de Hinamizawa. Chamacos meaning kids or young people. Dav gave me the idea of putting them in one of this band's cover photos, so thank you, Dav, for the help. This is really fun. I like this a lot. The little like slidey the green in the background for the instrument, like contrasted against the other hues of green, is really fun. The matching outfits are all fun. Yeah, I don't know why I was blanking on the word accordion for a second there, but you know what I mean. Yeah, this is really cute. I like this a lot. Very, very good work, Gloomy. And speaking of Gloomy work, we have this last but not least. Oh no, wait. Gloomy also submitted something at the end there, but yes, we got to this part. Curry time, baby. just me before I punch you into the curry dimension. And our Habaki game with the $2. Beg in Spanish and you can live. Also, one more art. No, I don't think so. I guess I'll die. Blue-haired pronouns, my favorite character. Jesus. No, this is really funny. And then, yes, lastly, we have Keiichi, it's me, your dad! Huh? I'm so glad that this so quickly became a thing. Thank you, Gloomy, for doing this so quickly on a moment's notice. You realized the vision so well. It is I, son, your father. Can we please, like, make this like a running joke throughout the rest of the stream series? Can we hold on to this, please? Can we not let this die? I'm making a request to everybody right now. Oh, man. Oh, God. Thank you. Well, once again, we have had a fantastic run of art tonight, you guys. Always put out quality work, and I am very happy every week to see what you come up with. And speaking of every week, next week we will return with more of this, but tomorrow we've got another stream, which will be the continuation of Danganronpa Another. That's gonna be fun. Oh, if anyone wants to see what I was saying, it's up on Tumblr under the regular tag. Let me check that real quick. Okay. Because YouTube apparently wants me to end up on the news, here's what I've been trying to say in chat for like 20 minutes. This can both be cult stuff and political stuff, ranging from small conservative communities to, you know, fascism or xenophobia. Basically what I'm saying is there is a dichotomy between community safe versus community violence. I'm pretty sure I can't say fascism or xenophobia. Damn, that's crazy. Why? I don't know why YouTube would do that. Either that, or it might be like, I don't know. maybe because I've, like, filtered comments from people in the past who, like, get all, like, weird and are like, oh, why are you making it political when I mention being trans or whatever? So, like, maybe YouTube is also doing something with that? I don't know. Strange. I don't know why YouTube is acting like that, but either way, at least I got to read your message in some form. Yeah, you got, yeah. So it must be something else. Well, whatever, I suppose. Very good fan art from everybody. Very good stream, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I have another stream tomorrow. I have a video coming up soon, I promise. I'm getting really close to actually having that ready for you guys. Until we meet again, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for tomorrow's stream. If you like that stream series, I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye!